Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Representative Staffstrom,
Morning, good morning.
Mr. Chair.
All right, let's call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for Tuesday, February 13th, 2023. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, everyone. Looking forward to a productive, short 2024 session. We have a series of judicial renomination before us today, and appreciate everyone's flexibility in transitioning to remote format given the weather outside. I guess the advantage of our new technology now, right? Being able to not have to cancel this today and plow forward. Senator Winfield, any remarks before we get started here?
Oh, sir. Good morning.
All righty.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Senator Kissel. Good morning, Representative Fishbein. Madam Administrator, are we set to go?
Yes, we're all set.
All right, let's jump into our agenda then. First item is to be a judge of the appellate court and a judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Dawn Judy Westbrook of Glastonbury. Judge Westbrook, good morning. If you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. I know I've been doing this too long when I can do that by heart without the paperwork. Judge, you probably know it fairly well too, because I think you were just before us, not but a couple months ago. So, feel free to give us a short opening statement if you'd like, but frankly, I think we're most interested in how your first couple months have been and whether anything has changed since the last time we saw you.
I appreciate that. Well, first of all, good morning. Chairs Winfield and Stadstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, ranking members Fishbein and Kissel, and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. As you know, my name is Dawn Westbrook, and it is an honor and privilege to appear before you today. I see Senator Kissel's hand up. I don't know whether...
No, I think he probably just wants to grill you with questions when you get done.
Oh, okay. All right. He's getting first in line. All right.
Hot bench this morning.
Well, for nearly 15 years, I had the privilege of serving the people of Connecticut as a Superior Court judge. And during that time, I served in the Hartford Criminal Court, the Manchester Criminal Court, the Hartford Family Court, the Hartford Juvenile Court, the Rockville Juvenile Court, as the administrative judge of the Tolland Judicial District, as the chief administrative judge of juvenile matters. And in October of 2023, I was appointed to serve as a judge of the appellate court on an interim basis. During my tenure with the branch, I've also served on numerous committees, including the Public Service and Trust Commission, the Executive Committee, the Client Security Fund Committee, the Social Media Committee, the Human Capital Committee, the Judicial Review Council, the Judicial Media Committee, and the Judicial Education Committee, where I currently serve as chair. And in addition to my work with the branch, I've remained actively engaged in volunteer, charitable, and civic endeavors. I'm a graduate of Fisk University and the Vanderbilt University School of Law, both in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm the proud mother of 4 children. And as you said, I appeared before this body in October 2023. I have been honored to serve as a judge of the appellate court since that time. And I'm grateful for your consideration of my nomination. And I welcome any questions you might have.
So Judge, I guess I'll just jump in. So what, how's it going? And is there anything about your background that has changed from when we went through this process a couple months ago?
Nothing about my background has changed. I've just learned a lot more. I've been exposed to areas of the law that, I've had to get up to speed on, from adverse possession to unjust enrichment to the savings clause. I've had the opportunity to sit on about 34 cases. I came in during the 3rd term. We're now about to start working on the 6th term. So I've been assigned to author 9 decisions, I believe, again, in various areas of the law. And I'm learning the process, the collaborating, sitting, drafting, commenting. I'm enjoying it. Thank you.
Great. Senator Kissel.
You're on mute.
You're muted, Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel, you're still on mute. Yep, still on mute. Well, make it a enjoyable day for the rest of us.
There you go.
I heard that. It was mute, not hearing. So Chairman Staffstrom asked essentially my question, and that was a very fast several months that flew by. I'm pretty impressed that you've already heard 34 cases and have asked to write those. Has your excellent knowledge of the juvenile court system and that aspect of the law been any benefit to you and on the appellate court?
So I think I've had maybe 3 juvenile cases in that time period, and then a couple where I've had to disqualify myself because I had something to do with the case in the earlier stages. So I don't, the juvenile cases I've sat on so far have been pretty straightforward, and I haven't found them to be that challenging. But then that probably means that my knowledge of juvenile did help, because I sort of could see the issues right away, and I was familiar with, where the case should go.
It's just sort of interesting compared to when you had like that giant room filled with your supporters, and now it's just you in some room on the snowstormy day.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you were a great asset to the state in your role as with the juveniles. I know that you're doing a lot of good work on the appellate court, but just totally different gear. Nonetheless, good for your aspirations, and beneficial to everybody in the state of Connecticut. I just wanted to pass along, tell your mom I said hi. Hopefully she's still doing great. But between your kids and your mother and everybody else that was in that room, tons of supporters, and I wish you the very best on your full term on the appellate court. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, Representative Fishbein, you good? Everybody's struggling with the mute button today.
Yeah, I just wanted to say good morning, and it's very nice to see you again. I'm glad to hear that you're hearing all these cases, and I guess fortunately, I haven't appeared before the appellate court since you've been up there. I look forward to it at some point, but good luck, and hopefully see you soon.
I appreciate the sentiments. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to join the sentiments that have been expressed in wishing Judge Westbrook all the best as she heads to the appellate court. Very proud to see you seated in this position at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. I appreciate that.
All right, Judge Westbrook, thanks for taking the time with us this morning, and back to work.
All right. Thank you very much.
Take care now. Be well. All right, we will move on to our Superior Court nominees, going in alphabetical order. The first will be the Honorable John B. Farley of Bloomfield. Judge Farley, how are you, sir? If you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, we'll take an opening statement.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, co-chairs, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and the rest of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you. I would like to start by thanking Governor Lamont for renominating me. I've been a judge for one full term following a 7-month interim appointment, and it has been a challenging, rewarding, and humbling experience. My first assignment was in Rockville, where I served for just over 5 years. I spent 14 months in the GA while also covering the housing docket, followed by 1 year on the family docket, and then 3 years on the civil docket. I then served 1 year on the civil docket in New Britain until September 2021, when I received my current assignment on the complex litigation docket in Hartford. I've had the privilege of serving on several judicial branch committees, including the Rules Committee, the Client Security Fund Committee, the Education Committee, and the Civil Jury Instruction Committee. Outside the courthouse, I am a past president and current member of the Oliver Ellsworth Inn of Court, and I participate in Read Across America. I would be grateful to receive your approval to serve another term, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Senator Kissel.
Let's make sure. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Congratulations, Judge Farley. One of the things that you've done in the past is you've been on the Rules Committee, and I'm just wondering how rule changes come about. Is it something that the chair of the Rules Committee comes up with ideas? Do the judges over the course of time come up with proposals? When you served on the Rules Committee, how did the agenda get formulated?
Well, it's all of the above. Plus, I must say a lot of suggestions come from members of the bar. And it's a pretty easy thing to do if you're interested in proposing a rule change. You simply send a letter or an email explaining what your proposal is, and the committee will take it up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Judge.
To you, Representative O'Day.
So the first 8 years have gone quickly. It seems like it's less years ago, but you've had. If you were to give us a recommendation, whether it's on judicial selection, on what kind of judges to pick, or on assignments, and any constructive recommendations on how to make the process of becoming a jurist at your level easier or better?
Well, offhand, no. I think the system works pretty well. Especially when you compare it to perhaps the way judges are selected in other states. But I think the Judicial Selection Commission, judging by the results, I have to say I'm pretty impressed by a lot of my colleagues who come from all different backgrounds and different areas of practice. We have a lot of good judges.
All right. Well, Judge Farley, good seeing you there. And I appreciate your service to the state of Connecticut, and maybe we can connect in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Judge, let me ask just real quick. I know you came from a civil litigation background, like myself, from a larger law firm in the state before you went on the bench, and now obviously being in complex lit doc, it seems like a natural fit. But I'm curious about sort of those first 5 or 6 years of working a criminal or family law docket, and how you found that transition from private practice into those types of assignments, which frankly make up most of the work that comes through our court system.
Well, when I started out, as I said, I did the GA for 14 months, and then I was on family for a year. I hadn't done any work in either of those areas before I went on. And, before I went on the bench, I knew there was a lot I didn't know, but what I found out was there's a lot I don't know. And even after having transitioned into, the civil docket, there's still a lot I don't know. Every case that comes along presents me with something new, particularly on the complex litigation docket, which I really enjoy. But I think it was a good experience doing the GA. I think it's not every new judge gets to do that. I do think that it's very worthwhile to see what goes on every day in the GA, to be a part of that and learn how to do that. And I'd say I didn't go looking for an assignment on the family docket, but I don't regret having done that.
I guess my question was more geared towards what sort of supports or training did you receive, kind of not coming from those particular types of backgrounds, and do you feel it prepared you for those initial assignments?
Yeah. So after you're appointed, there is a very extensive education process, as you probably know, before you start handling cases. And at least when I came through, it was expected that you'd start out on on the criminal docket, and we got a lot of training on that. A lot of other judges who helped get us prepared for that. But I have to say the most important thing was, after getting out on the bench in the GA, was how much support there was from everybody else involved in the system. It really was a pleasant surprise, from the staff to the prosecutors and the defense attorneys. They kept you on the right path, and they're sort of the guardrails, and you could operate in between them. So I was really pleased with how much support there was, not only in the education process, but after I got on the bench, from the staff and everybody else involved in the process. And the same goes for family. The family services people were outstanding in my experience.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, congratulations on your renomination. Thanks for being with us this morning.
All right, thank you very much.
Next up will be Judge Frechette.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, take an opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Matt Frechette. I'm from the town of Brantford. I was first appointed to the bench in 2007. My first assignment was in GA2 in Bridgeport, where I presided over the arraignment docket and sat on criminal jury trials. Since my reappointment in 2016, I've been sitting on civil cases in New Haven, Middletown, New London, and in the Ansonia-Milford district. Since September of 2023, I've been sitting on civil cases in New Haven, where, in addition to writing opinions, I preside over jury trials, as well as administrative appeals and pretty much anything else that comes through the door on the civil side. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of the state of Connecticut as a Superior Court judge. The issues we deal with on a daily basis are both challenging and vitally important to the lives of our citizens. With your approval, I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve another term as a Superior Court judge, and I would be delighted to answer any questions that you may have.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Judge Frechette, congratulations on your renomination. It just seemed like early on in your tenure over these last several years, you became a trial judge on the criminal side for jury trials. Typically, at least up in my neck of the woods, that's like Part A. Those are ones that are not easily plea bargain. And it just seems like that's a heavy lift early on in your judicial career. And I'm just wondering how you landed that gig, to put it colloquially.
So you go where the chief sends you.
Okay.
And I started in GA2 in Bridgeport and then GA10 in New London. And you're right, suddenly I was the criminal jury judge, right? And I had a lot of help. I was on the phone a lot. And after 1, 2, 3, 4 trials, you start to get the hang of it. It's an adjustment, and you have to be humble. There's a lot going on. You're dealing with someone's liberty. I think I did a good job, but I didn't do it alone, I assure you. Kevin McMahon, Judge McMahon, who has since passed away, was right in the building, so I leaned on him. Pat Clifford in New Haven, and many, many others. Linda Lager in New Haven. I pestered everybody, so you can't be afraid to ask questions. So,
very good. And again, really heavy lift from my perspective. Judge Clifford is just, I hear nothing but great things, and my few interactions with him. He's an outstanding person. Have inside information on Judge O'Keefe. I'm very close to that family, and a lot of interesting criminal matters there as well. I just wish you the very best and congratulations. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
thank you.
Rep. O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Your Honor.
And you.
I forgot to ask Judge Farley my standard question. Since I was I knew Judge Farley very well. I know he doesn't have robitis, and having appeared before you, I know you don't have robitis, so I don't need to ask those questions. But The question that I promised a number of people that I would ask all the judges is, are you willing to serve anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5, if so asked?
Of course, and like I said, you go where the chief sends you.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to do that. The chief court administrator has a tough job, filling assignments, and sure, yeah. And where they want to send me, I go.
Well, Your Honor, just for the benefit of the other members, I will say that your reputation precedes you. You are very well respected as a good, fair justice and a jurist, and very appreciative of your service to the state of Connecticut. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, Judge Frechette, thank you for being with us, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you very much.
Judge Gold? Good morning, Judge Gold. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, we'll take an opening statement.
Thank you, sir. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the committee, good morning. I am honored to have this opportunity to appear before you today, and I want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve a 4th term as a judge of the Superior Court. I was first appointed to the bench in the year 2000, and since that time, I have served in the judicial districts of Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, New Britain, and Middlesex, almost exclusively in the criminal courts. Since last appearing before the committee in 2016, I completed the final 18 months of my 5-year assignment as the administrative judge in the Middlesex Judicial District, where I also served as the presiding criminal judge. Since September of 2017 and up to the present, I have been assigned to Part A criminal matters in Hartford, where I presided over jury trials for 5 years and more recently became the presiding Part A criminal judge. In addition to filling those responsibilities, I was honored in the summer of 2020 to be named the judicial branch's chief administrative judge for criminal matters, a statewide position that I have now held for 3.5 years and continue to hold today. Since my first day of service 24 years ago, I have considered it an extraordinary privilege and a distinct honor to serve the people of the state as a judge of the Superior Court. The work remains incredibly challenging, rewarding, and certainly humbling, and I would be most grateful for the opportunity to serve another term. I am happy to answer any questions, and I thank the committee for its consideration.
Thank you, Judge. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Judge Gold, congratulations on a 4th term. That's outstanding.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you for meeting with myself and my staff and Senator Ciccarella early on across the street from the Capitol at the Supreme Court building and informing us about various things that were going on the criminal justice side. My first question is, as the head on the statewide level of the criminal side, Chief Criminal Court Administrative Judge, I guess I'm probably mangling your title. What kind of oversight do you provide? For example, if someone executed some kind of order or came down with some kind of decision, unless that's appealed somehow, how would that get before your attention, or how are matters brought to you to manage?
Well, I could hear about it from the judge, him or herself, who might call me up seeking maybe some thoughts or opinions. I sometimes hear about it from the Chief Court Administrator's office, and I have an opportunity maybe to speak to the judge if he or she is interested. I never tell a judge how to rule on a particular case. I leave that to the individual judge's best determination, but it can come through a variety of sources And then to the extent that I feel that I could be of assistance to the judge, I'm certainly willing to share my thoughts with him or her.
So then really it would be fair to say that there's no formalized procedure where there's, a path where these things are brought before your attention. It's sort of haphazard. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but if someone did a restraining order or someone did a search warrant, there's probably as good a chance that it won't come before your attention unless somebody outside, either that judge, him or herself, or somebody involved in that matter actually directly brought it to your attention. Would that be fair?
I think that's probably correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know that we had met in the fall. You were anticipating that occasionally when judges have served at least more than one term, I guess, or I'm not sure how it's determined if it's based on your age, but I know that in the offing was a chance for you to sit in on a Supreme Court panel. Has that happened yet?
It actually did. The third week of December, I sat on a panel of the Supreme Court. It was a great thrill. I was truly honored to have the chance to do that. But I think my home is in the Superior Court, to be honest with you. I was happy to get back. It really is true. I was happy to get back the next day, but I enjoyed it. It was quite an experience.
Well, it's got to be quite exciting, I would guess, if sitting on the Supreme Court, you're happier going to Part A, which is a huge lift in my book. In reviewing the judicial court system in the last several months, would it surprise you to know that there's 180 murder trials waiting to go forward in Connecticut?
It would not surprise me. It's hard work, but we have some great judges assigned to the Part A criminal matters statewide, and staff is there to get the work done. But those cases take a long time to reach trial, and then at trial they take a while to go from jury selection to verdict. But we're working hard to continue to have those matters heard in as timely a manner as possible.
I very much appreciate that. And with the indulgence of the chair, one last matter that was brought to my attention by my crack counsel, Melanie Dykes. Is it true that you actually, while you were in law school, did some stand-up comedy to help pay the bills?
It didn't help pay the bills too much, I'll tell you that much. But I did give it a go while I was in law school in a club in Hartford that I think shortly after I tried was forced to close.
Well, I'm going to hope that was not related causally.
I'm going to hope so too. But I did give it a shot. Yeah.
Well, all I can say is congratulations. You're a great jurist, in my humble opinion, and the people of Connecticut are extremely well served, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you very much.
Most of my focus in the judiciary branch is in criminal law. Specific to case law. 8 years ago, I had the opportunity to go through an Arnold Markle school about the importance of case law, taught by two great judges. Perhaps you know the two of them, but I do thank you for that. My question sort of piggybacks on Senator Kissel. Your oversight as the chief administrative judge for criminal matters. We live in a hyper-partisan world today, and I have a growing concern that the judiciary branch is becoming partisan as well. Can you assure this committee that as a the chief administrative judge for criminal matters specifically, that none of your judges, or at least you would not tolerate any of your judges bringing their political agendas to the bench?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I tell you, Your Honor, with all due respect, that I have a growing concern about that. And I don't want to get into specific cases here. I don't think it's fair to you and frankly, the right medium for it. Perhaps you and I can speak offline about why I have those concerns so that we can address them. But I think it's very important that judges in this state, most specifically criminal judges, when we're talking about charging people with crimes or in some cases choosing not to charge people with crimes, in the interest of public safety in the community, that judges are really committed to the rule of law. In fact, I wish that we weren't even made aware of what their political affiliations are. I think that, you know, it should be separate. So can you assure me that you agree with that, and that that the judiciary branch or the judicial branch of government should be completely separate from any legislation or political legislative branch and any political agendas?
I agree with you. Yes, sir.
And is it possible that perhaps we can communicate offline about why I have those concerns or those specific incidents and those specific judges?
Absolutely. And I will make myself available at a time of your convenience.
I greatly appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Representative Quinn. Representative, you're on mute.
I knew I'd do that. Kissel's started something that I don't think we
Oh,
can.
blame me.
I think we
No,
can.
no robitis today. Everybody's got kisselitis.
But
man.
as I was saying, Judge Gold, it's good to see you again. It's been several years since I've been before you, but I've always appreciated the style in which you handle particularly the pretrial conferences in the Part A criminal matters. And I appreciate your willingness to continue to serve. Since the pandemic, what are you finding to be the most challenging aspect of your assignment at the moment?
Well, the pandemic certainly caused there to be a greater backlog in cases, which we have been slowly, but I think surely addressing since things have improved. But having that kind of backlog, I think, presented us with an unprecedented challenge. I think we had planned for just about anything that could possibly have come up, but the idea of not really having criminal trials for probably close to 2 years was something that I don't think anybody ever contemplated. So I think what makes the job hard is, or particularly hard now in light of the pandemic, is just addressing those older cases and ensuring that they're disposed of in an appropriate manner.
Okay. Again, thank you very much, and appreciate your willingness to serve, and the folks in Hartford are lucky to have you.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions or comments? If not, Judge Gold, I want to echo my thanks and extend the thanks on behalf of the committee for your work as the Chief Administrative Judge for Criminal. I know it is often that my co-chair and I get folks to come in and ask us for a particular bill proposal or a particular idea, and more often than not, our response is, well, that sounds interesting, but can the branch actually do what you're asking them to? And we frequently send folks to you and say, go talk to Judge Gold and report back to us. And everybody inevitably does report back because they were able to get a meeting with you. They were able to come in and talk to you about the idea, and you give very constructive feedback. So I appreciate the work you do in that role of making our lives easier on this committee, and want to congratulate you on your renomination, and thank you for your service to the state.
Thank you for your kind remarks.
Judge Gould, be next. Judge Gould, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, take an opening statement.
Thank you, and good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve another term as a Connecticut Superior Court judge. I would also like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It has been a distinct honor and privilege to serve the people of Connecticut in the judiciary, and it would be my honor and privilege to serve another 8-year term if confirmed to do so. I know you have my questionnaire and biographical information, but let me indicate a few things to you briefly. I have served on the Superior Court since 2008, assigned to Meriden, New Haven, Milford, Middletown, and Bridgeport, where I've presided over criminal, civil, and family matters. I also want to thank my wife, Jan, for her love and support, which sustains me and strengthens me every day. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have for me.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. Very nice to see you.
Good morning. Always nice to see you.
I really don't have any questions. I congratulate you on your renomination and hopefully your reappointment. You and I have done many cases together, and I have no questions for you and have full confidence that you can continue on. So
thank you very much.
Stay
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Representative Bodett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, the last candidate I did not get a chance to ask, but Judge Gold, thank you for your service. My only question, having asked around, I know that you don't suffer from robitis. Are you willing to serve anywhere in the state, at least 9 to 5, if so we're asked?
Anywhere at any time. I'll be happy to follow Judge Frechette anywhere he goes as well.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for your service, and best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and on that point, Judge, welcome here to the now aptly named Judicial District of Bridgeport. So,
well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be there. It's a great place.
Further questions or comments? If not, appreciate you being before us, and congrats on your renomination.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Judge Harmon. Judge Harmon with us?
Maybe ask Kisselitis.
All right. We'll look into that. In the meantime, Judge Youngblood. Good morning, Your Honor. If you could raise your
Good
hand.
morning. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. We'll take an opening statement, please.
Thank you. And good morning, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. First, I'd like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve another term as a Superior Court judge. And I also want to thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you this morning. Since I was last before this committee in 2016, I have served in the New London Judicial District, where I mostly presided over Part A criminal jury trials until moving to the civil side when COVID prevented the trial of jury cases for a period of time. I first started hearing civil cases in New London and then moved to New Haven in the fall of 2021, where I've handled numerous civil court and jury trials since that time. In September of 2023, I was appointed as the administrative judge for the New Haven Judicial District and also as presiding judge of Civil New Haven. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve as a Superior Court judge and to preside over cases that are so important to the lives of our residents. I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve what would be my 4th term, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions from the committee? Rep. O'Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Just a quick question. Are you willing to serve anywhere in the state as requested, at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely.
And the robitis question, I know this is not an issue for you, but how can you assure the members of the committee that robitis will not become an issue for you if you are so reappointed?
Well, I do think that I'm a person who lives with a lot of gratitude. I have gratitude for my family, my friends, my colleagues who are incredibly talented and supportive. And I think that when one lives with gratitude. You don't take anything for granted.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning.
You know, your characterization of gratitude really fills in the blank for me because, you know, I've had a few cases with you and you do exude gratitude in my opinion. I can always tell you're looking to move the case, but you do it in such a gentle way. It is unique. So I just want to, you know, thank you for what you do and congratulations on your reappointment. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Judge, I just want to ask you, on your questionnaire, you noted one pending complaint before the Judicial Review Council. From your description of that, it sounds like you were named in your capacity as the administrative judge, not based on any action you took in that particular case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And essentially the individual's arguing that when a particular judge left, it wasn't reassigned fast enough.
Correct.
Do we know whether there was a 120-day violation in that case or no?
Well, I don't believe so. I have to be somewhat limited, obviously, because it is pending. But it's a matter that was closed back to the best of my understanding. That matter was closed in 2012 or 2013. And there have been some subsequent filings. And so that's
okay. All right. But it wasn't, the complaint doesn't allege anything about your temperament or conduct or behavior on the bench in any way.
correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. For any further questions to the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us today and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think we worked out the technical issues with Judge Harmon. Judge, are you with us? There we go. If you could raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to help you God or under penalty of perjury? You're on mute. If you could just unmute, just say I do for the record.
I do, yes.
Great. When you're ready, we'll take an opening statement.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, and ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to a second term as a judge of Superior Court. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the citizens of the state of Connecticut for the past 8 years. My initial assignment was in Waterbury in the GA in 2015. In that matter, I was there for about 2 years working in the GA. My next assignment was in Meriden, where I was the presiding judge in Meriden. Meriden is a block assignment. So I presided over family, civil, housing, and criminal matters in Meriden. I was in Meriden for 3 years. Recently, I've been assigned to New Haven for the past 3 years, where I'm the presiding judge of Part A criminal in New Haven. I've enjoyed it there. It's been a great challenge, and I've had a lot of great judges to work with there. And I think we're doing a great job of moving cases and providing the type of judicial representation that the state deserves there in New Haven. In terms of other work, I am on the Access to Justice Commission, the Education Committee, the Connecticut Sentencing Commission, where I'm co-chair on mental health. I'm a member of the Judicial Civics Academy, the Read Across America. I'm an adjunct professor at Quinnipiac Law School, where I teach trial practice. And I also am a fellow of the Connecticut Bar Foundation. I'd be privileged and honored to serve an additional 8 years and hopeful that I will be reconfirmed. I'd like to thank you at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
I remember when you first became a judge, I think we were standing next to each other in family court. And then, a few months later, you were on the bench. And, you coming back to Meriden was certainly heartwarming. And, I don't know that a lot of people understand, but, Meriden's small courthouse, and you're doing a lot of stuff. And even when you were down in criminal, there were quite a few times that family cases were sent to you to pre-try. That multi-tool. And I think there were some tough cases. And I think everyone that I was involved in, you were able to resolve. And that's what we need. So I congratulate you on your renomination and hopefully your reappointment, and look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the kind words.
Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just real brief, Your Honor, thank you very much for your service. I know I asked you this question when you first were appointed, but I've heard nothing but good things. But are you willing to serve anywhere in the state of Connecticut, if so asked, at least 9 to 5 a.m. or 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
With quite pleasure, no problem at all. It's rarely I leave by 5, but I will definitely be there usually until 6 or 6:30. Not a problem.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. I'm not going to ask the Robitis questions because I've heard nothing but great things and very much appreciate your service to the state of Connecticut. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I wonder if that picture behind Representative O'Day is like a live shot. It looks nice. Judge
It is a
Harmon,
live shot. Yes.
very nice. Judge Harmon, I want to align myself with the remarks of Representative O'Day. People speak extraordinarily highly of you, and I congratulate you on your renomination. And I'm sure that Senator Looney will speak about whatever's going on in the New Haven courthouse system tomorrow. But it just boggles my mind, all your other things that you're doing while you're doing Part A work, and which is a real heavy lift, in my humble opinion, and leaving the courthouse at 6:30, probably on a regular basis. How do you juggle it all? I just don't know.
Well, I'm fortunate to have the support of my wife, who helps me juggle it all to some extent by putting up with me. And but I just take it one step at a time. It's one of those things when you're in Part A, you can't get everything done. You know that. You just do as much as you can in terms of that. And you know that the next day it'll still be there on your desk, and you just start working on it again when you come in.
Well, I want to commend you, because that's one of the things that we as a committee have striven to try to make clear, that we get these outstanding candidates who then become judges. And sometimes they sort of leave all their quote unquote extracurricular endeavors aside and just focus on being a judge, which is well and good and serves the people well. But it's also good to maintain that well-roundedness and to give back in a variety of forms. And you're doing all of that. And I just want to highlight that as something extraordinarily commendable. And again, to congratulate you on your renomination. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
You, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, no questions. Good to see you, Judge Harmon. And I can't believe it's been 8 years already. And it seems like only yesterday that you left us in the criminal bar and joined the judicial bar.
Thank you.
And also echo the sentiments of Representative Fishbein, that if you can juggle working in Meriden, you can handle just about anything. And again, good to see you, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, Judge Harmon, congratulations on your renomination. Thanks for being with us this morning. And I want to particularly thank you for your service, not just within the branch, but also your community service outside. I think it's very important that our judges, as officers of the state, as leaders within our state, be out serving in their community, be that at the bar or community service events or nonprofits. I get sometimes we get too focused on, well, I can't go out and raise money, so I can't. You can still be involved in your community. You can still serve your community. You can still represent the state well after hours. And I know you embody that, and want to thank you for being an example of that for us.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Staffstrom.
All right, next will be Judge Young. Judge, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My thanks as well to Governor Lamont for his nomination of me to serve another term, this time as a senior judge. During my last 8 years, I've been assigned as civil presiding judge in the New Britain and New Haven courts and as acting civil presiding judge in the New London court. I have also been chair of the Civil Jury Instruction Committee, a member of the Rules Committee, and have presented on various topics at the Civil Fall Judges Program in 2016, 2018, and 2023, as well as at the Judges Institute. For 5 years, I authored the annual civil case summary for the Judges Institute as well. At the end of February 2023, I took senior judge status, and over the last 12 months, I have taken over 15 jury verdicts. I would be most grateful to this committee and the General Assembly for the opportunity and privilege to serve another term, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Judge, give me that stat again. How many jury verdicts and in what period of time? 15, and how long?
In the last 12 months, I've taken more than 15 jury verdicts, probably closer to 20.
In civil cases?
In civil cases.
Wow, that's productive. I didn't realize we had that many civil cases going to verdict these days. But
when I was assigned to New Haven, I had a presiding judge who would give me a case a week, and usually they were 2 or 3 days. And it was probably the happiest I've ever been as a judge.
I was going to say I'm jealous, right, O'Day? Wouldn't it feel good to get in front of a jury again sometime soon? Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you're right. Yes, and Your Honor, thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut. As someone who'd had litigated cases with you before becoming a judge, I can relate, as I am happiest when I'm on trial. I can only imagine what it's like being a judge on trial. So thank you for your service. Are you willing to serve, as I've been asking everyone, anywhere in the state of Connecticut at least 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
Yes, Representative, absolutely.
And having known you, I know the answer to this, but you can assure that you are not going to become afflicted with robitis as we age?
I hope not, sir. I am cranky.
Well, just let the record reflect that we're both laughing at the remark. So anyway, thank you, Your Honor, for your years of service, and best wishes.
Thank you, Representative.
Judge, congratulations. Thanks for being with us.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Judge Brazel-Mazzaro. Judge Brazel-Mazzaro with us. Okay. How about Judge Cremens?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, Judge. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, take an opening statement.
Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is William Cremens. I first want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for a 4th term now as a state referee of the Superior Court. During the past 8 years, I've been assigned to the Waterbury Judicial District as a trial judge on the criminal docket, and most recently assigned to the Juvenile Court in Waterbury, deciding on delinquency and child protection cases. I also conduct pre-argument conferences on appellate matters. For the past 23 years, I've had the privilege of serving as a judge, senior judge, and judge trial referee, and look forward to the opportunity to continue my public service. I want to thank you for your time and attention. I will do my best to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Judge, I'll ask you one quick before I turn it over to Representative O'Day. So on the pre-argument conferences, ballpark, how successful are you at resolving cases at those pre-argument conferences? What's the percentage that you're actually able to avoid a full-blown appeal on?
I think the statistics are approximately 15 to 20%.
Okay. Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Your Honor, thank you very much for your years of service to the state of Connecticut. Just briefly, the robot, I have not had the opportunity to appear before you. And so I've been asking virtually every judge, is robitis something that you can assure us will not become an issue for you going forward if you are so reappointed?
Yes, I can assure you of that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, congratulations and thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Judge Danahy, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. When you're ready, we'll take an opening statement.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Representative Stathram, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Mike Danahy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd also like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as a judge trial referee. Over the last 8 years, I was assigned as presiding judge at the Hartford Juvenile Court until September of 23 when I turned 70. The last 8 years have been rewarding both personally and professionally. I get up every morning and look forward to going to work. As reflected in my application, my primary assignment throughout my judicial career has been Hartford Juvenile Court. This assignment has provided me with the opportunity to have a significant impact, hopefully positive, on the lives of countless children. I find the combination of law, psychology, and social work fascinating. I've had to make extremely difficult decisions which have a true effect and impact on people's lives. I look forward to my next term. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Rep. O'Day?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Your Honor, thank you for your years of service. The question I ask all is, I don't think I've appeared before you. Can you assure the members of the committee that if you are reappointed, you will not suffer from robitis going forward?
I don't know that I've ever been accused of it in the last 24 years. So over the next couple of years, I don't expect it to happen. If you work in Hartford Juvenile Court, it's kind of hard to get a swelled head and think you have to keep everything in perspective. I grew up in Willimantic. I'm now in Frog Hollow in Hartford. I have no pretensions about myself at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you're willing to serve wherever requested, at least 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
To be honest with you, at this point in my life, I don't know that I would, frankly, to be honest. If you were told me tomorrow that I was going to Stanford, I'd have to think it all over. Let's put it in Eastern Connecticut, east of the river, no problem. Waterbury, then we're getting a little past my my comfort zone. So just to be honest with you, at this point, you know.
Yeah, you've been serving for many years, and normally I don't ask that question when at this stage. So thank you, Your Honor, for your years of service, and appreciate the frank response.
If I could have a moment with with Representative Fishbein, is he still in the hearing?
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I am here.
Representative Fishbein, I'd just like to thank you for the remarks you made when my sister was before you. And how she persuaded you to change your vote. And really the context of this is that a friend of mine was asking me if I had seen it. And I mentioned that, you were very complimentary about her. And he said to me, "Do you know who that is?" And I said, "Well, he's a representative." And later I found, and then he goes, "That's Norm's son." And over the years, I had a lot of cases with your father, not as a judge. Primarily, I was a prosecutor for 20 years before I became a judge. I was in Middletown, and we crossed paths several times. And I hopefully still has a positive thoughts about me. But I felt I had to say that. So it's a small world, you know.
I
It's really
will
a small
certainly
world.
mention that to him. I'll tell you that we work together. He's 82 years old and still doing, trust and estates and probate and, closings and all that stuff. So, in fact, he's been texting me during this public hearing. So I will certainly reach out to him and let him know.
Maybe you should wait until after you vote before you ask him about me. I don't know. But anyways, I just thought I'd mention that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from either the committee or the nominee? Seeing none, Judge, appreciate you being with us, and congratulations on your renomination here.
All right, thank you.
Next up, Judge Nimnarski.
Mr. Chairman, before Judge Domnarski gets on, I just wanted to, I'm recusing myself as I have a case before him presently, and I'm going to shut down my camera.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. We will note for the record. Judge
Can you see me?
We cannot. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
I hate it when this happens. Bear with me.
Yep.
Start video.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Good morning, Judge. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, we'll take an opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein. Sorry, I'm not seeing you, and members of the committee. I am honored to have this opportunity to appear before you today. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for reappointment. As background, I was first appointed to the bench in 2000. During my first 8-year term, I was assigned to the family and criminal courts in New London, New Haven, Norwich, and New Britain. Since 2007, I have been assigned to the Civil Division, and since September of 2012, I have served in the Middletown Judicial District Courthouse. In addition to presiding over civil cases that may require a court or jury trial, I also hear foreclosure cases and land use appeals. I have been part of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Program for many years, and I take a great deal of satisfaction in helping parties resolve their case without the need for a trial. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the citizens of our state as a Superior Court judge, and I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve another term. I appreciate your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for your years of service. You may remember we had a tough death case in Middletown. As is not, as unfortunately maybe more than one time, I've confused some judges in my statements. And at one point we were talking about removing the case to complex lit, and you thought I was slighting the ability of the Middletown to be able to handle the jurors and the judges to handle a complex case, and that was not what I meant. It was more a scheduling issue, both with the death case complexity and the number of experts. But in any event, I don't know if you remember that, Your Honor, but I spent about 15 minutes trying to back myself out of a hole that I dug myself into with you. But Your Honor, just for the sake of the other members of the committee, if you are reappointed, which we all expect it will happen, how can you assure us that you will not suffer from mobitis going forward?
Well, has been said earlier, it's 24 years now, And I don't think I've ever been accused of that condition, but I can assure you, I do my very best not to succumb to that condition. And I will not, if it approaches, take it up. That's the best thing I can tell you.
Understood. And that case finally did settle, Your Honor, just FYI, at about a month or so ago. But in any event, thank you for your years of service, and appreciate and best wishes.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, congratulations. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you to all of you.
Looks like Judge Brazel-Mazzaro is back with us. Judge, if you could unmute and raise your right hand for me. There we go. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. When you're ready, we'll take an opening statement.
Good morning. Good morning, Co-Chairman Winfield and Co-Chairman Staffstrom, Senator Kissel and Representative Fishbein, and all of the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Governor Lamont for the renomination of me to a new term as a state referee. I know that you have my questionnaire and you also have my biographical information, but I'll just provide you with a brief review of the assignments I've had since I originally was appointed in May of 2018. I was assigned to Stanford, where I sat on criminal, civil, and then complex litigation, which was a 3-year assignment in Stanford. The complex litigation assignment I found to be the most interesting. It permitted me to develop administrative skills for case management while having oversight of every aspect of legally challenging cases that required more attention for pleadings, discovery, motion practice, and complicated legal issues. Thereafter, in September of 2013, I was assigned to Ansonia Milford and the Judicial District, and particularly sat in Derby, where I was in a block assignment, that is civil, criminal, and housing, although I was primarily the civil judge for civil jury and court trials. I was then assigned to Waterbury Judicial District in 2014 for a civil assignment, and was one of 3 judges who oversaw the new individual calendar program. Some of you know that that's called the IndyCal program. And in that particular program, each of the judges in Waterbury was assigned for over 700 cases in which we followed through and tried to work our way through each of those cases. In 2019, I was assigned to the Danbury Judicial District, where I once again sat in civil and served as assistant administrative judge and presiding judge for civil before beginning my service as a judge trial referee. Since December 8th of 2022 and up until today, I have been assigned as a judge trial referee in Danbury. My time serving as a judge and trial referee has been rewarding, challenging, but also has been humbling and inspiring. Since the day of my appointment, just about 16 years ago now, I have considered myself fortunate to have the opportunity to serve the people of the state of Connecticut, but more so to work with the most dedicated and extraordinary people of the state who work for the state, including the clerks, the monitors, the marshals, the building staff, the IT staff, the council, and other judges to provide a most professional, fair, and efficient judicial system for the people of the state. I appreciate your consideration, and I am here to answer any questions that you have, and look forward to a continuation and an opportunity to serve the state as a trial referee. Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick comment, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm sure I had seen you around the halls of Danbury. I never had the chance to appear before you in any cases, but I just wanted to let you and the committee know that the rave reviews about you, not only as a judge but as a wonderful human being, is all we hear around Danbury. And I'm pleased to see you up for reappointment today. And I'm certainly happy to vote yes for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you? Can you just expound a little bit on the IndyCal process? A lot of cases, and can you just explain a little bit more about that?
Well, I think that the IndyCal program was to help cases move forward a little bit more quickly. In other words, to have some understanding. One of the things that they thought was the continuity of cases. In other words, before that, you could have one judge hear one motion on a Monday, and then a month later, that a different judge would be hearing something in that case in another motion, and there was no continuity in the cases. I also think that because of that, cases would fall in what I would call the black hole, which would cause a backlog of cases. In other words, people were not on top of the cases, didn't understand some of the legal issues, and weren't able to get the cases prepared for trial. So I think that that was really the way I looked at it, my job for purposes of IndyCal. So I was almost a hands-on judge who would try and keep the cases coming back. If they had discovery problems, I knew what the problems were and I could handle them when they came in. It wasn't like starting from new and trying to look through the file and figure out what's going on. So I think that it makes a much better process for the cases moving through the judicial system. As I said, I'm a hands-on judge. I think people will tell you that. If you come in and you're not ready to go, I schedule you as quickly thereafter as I can. And that's the one thing that the IndyCal helped with.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, because as a practitioner, I've certainly seen that where you end up re-educating the judge what happened the month prior there too, and it's a waste of time. And sometimes you end up with conflicting situations. But as a result of that, I would think that most of your work is pre-trial. You're not trying the cases that you are doing the pre-stuff on, correct?
Not totally, no, because if it's a jury trial and we've handled the case, I can still hear the jury trial. It's when it's a court trial that we have it go to another judge for purposes of being heard. So most of the jury trials can move right forward and be heard by us. And so what I was doing is setting them up for a jury trial. It's very difficult because you don't want to prejudge anything, but you're having a jury deciding the case. And so therefore it moves along to a jury trial with the judge also sometimes sitting as the trial judge. And I've done that quite a number of times.
And as a result of that, doing a lot of that very good work, our review process, where, the questionnaires that are given to litigants to review the judges, the requirement now is that it has to be a matter that's heard in excess of an hour,
Yes.
right? So the IndyCal judges would not be exposed to that process at all because I think all of their stuff would be less than an hour. Is that fair?
On the pre-trials, yes. But if it was actually a jury trial, it would be much more than an hour. I've had collection cases that have been more than an hour. So it's not necessarily, but all of the pre-trials that come in, all of the cases for settlement conferences that come in, those cases would not have a review, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to figure out how because if those particular judges are not being reviewed for the most part, as other judges are, like a family judge, let's just say, where they're doing a lot of contested stuff, and on an almost daily basis, they're going to have a lot of reviews. Whereas an IndyCal judge who's doing a lot of motions practice stuff, overruling objections to interrogatories and stuff like that, which a lot of that's in chambers. I'm just trying to figure out how you capture review of those judges. Do you have any suggestions with regard to that?
Well, I don't think that that's quite actually how it happens, because there are many weeks when I have a jury trial which is assigned to me. And at the same time, I would also have pre-trials or settlement conferences or things of that nature going on. So it doesn't take you out of the realm of trying cases, having hearings, having PGR hearings, having injunction hearings. Those types of things also come before you. So there still is quite a lot of opportunity to be reviewed, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, my information is that over the last term, there are no evaluations that were done for you.
And I don't know why. I have tried jury cases and I have done court trials. So I'm not aware of why that is.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you're the only one either. I'm just trying to, that's the one particular that I'm sort of focusing on here that may be the reason why. But anyway, but I thank you for the exchange and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rep. Bodett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Your Honor, for your years of service. I have had an opportunity to appear before you on occasion, but just for the sake of consistency, on the robitis question, I know the answer, but just if you could let the other members of the committee know how you would not be afflicted with robitis if you continue to serve.
Well, I think I have not been, and if you've been before me, you know that what I do is I always welcome people into my court, beginning the day, try and make them somewhat comfortable. I've been taught all through my life from my grandmother, my mother, that you treat people the way that you want to be treated. And I always think of that when I go on the bench and I see people coming in. When I have people coming in who I feel have some concern, or they feel a little bit, you can see when somebody appears before you that they're not comfortable. I try to make them comfortable. And in fact, last week I had a collection case where a man came in, was coming in for a pretrial and self-repped, and I had him meet with the other attorney, and they ended up resolving the case. And he actually indicated to me, "Thank you so much because you made me feel better. I was very nervous coming in," and that's what we should be doing.
Excellent, Your Honor. Thank you. And that's the perfect answer. And thank you for your years of service and best wishes.
Thank you.
Judge, let me just follow up on that last question real quick because it sparked sort of a question. And first, congratulations on your renomination. I've obviously had the pleasure of appearing before you on a number of occasions over the years. But on the question of bringing folks in and kind of individual calendaring, how often are you bringing people physically into the courthouse for whether it be a pretrial or for status conference these days? Because, while I do appreciate, not having to drive to Stanford for the monthly status conference in a case that is heavily lawyered, I do understand there is a value to courthouse time of going out in the hallway and trying to resolve a case in the hallway. And I'm wondering, based on your years of experience, sort of how often you're doing that in person as opposed to via Zoom.
It really depends upon where the case is. If you're coming in for a scheduling conference, I don't make people drive to the court. I think the remote system has been of a great help to us in that. So if you're coming from Hartford to come down to Danbury to do a scheduling conference, it's foolish to make you drive down for 15 minutes. However, if the case is at a status where I think that the attorneys can start to talk about resolution or about very difficult issues, I ask them to come. So in a day, I probably have about 6 matters scheduled for me, starting at 9:30. And of those 6 matters, I may have only 1 that's coming into the court on one day. The next day, I may have 2 or 3 coming in. And when they come in, I expect that they're going to spend a considerable amount of time. I mean, considerable, at least an hour with me, so that they have the opportunity to talk about the case. I try to do the remote to keep on top of cases. So I do have a lot of remote conferences every day. But I do think that there is a great value to bringing people into the courthouse. And most times when they come in, those cases are resolved. So I find that to be very good. And the attorneys also say, I like talking to somebody. I like face-to-face. And so I try to do that as much as possible.
I agree with you. All right. Thanks for being with us and congratulations on renomination. Judge Kremich. Judge Kremich? Is Judge Kremich back with us? All right,
Well, I think I got it started here.
Oh, there we go. Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning.
If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. And we'll take an opening statement whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Winfield and Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you about my judicial experience in the Superior Court. I would also like to thank Governor Lamont for honoring me with renomination as a state referee, and Chief Justice Robinson for appointing me as judge trial referee. When I was appointed a judge of the Superior Court in 2015, I was what was then known as a geriatric judge because I was 65 years old. I'd been an attorney for 40 years, the last 32 years as a civil litigator and trial attorney at Ivy Barnum and O'Meara in Greenwich. I knew when I was appointed that I would turn 70 in the middle of my first term and become a judge trial referee. My first assignment as a Superior Court judge was in criminal court in the New Haven GA. I enjoyed that assignment, particularly the family violence docket, where a judge often has a profound influence on the lives of vulnerable people in distress. At the GA, I had a steep learning curve from civil litigator to criminal judge. I was very conscious that I had not practiced criminal law since my law student days in the legal clinic. My next assignment was as a civil judge in Bridgeport, where my 40 years of experience as a civil litigator were more relevant and useful. I presided over many civil trials, both jury and courtside. As a former law clerk for a federal appellate judge, and with 38 years experience drafting legal briefs as a litigator, my research and writing skills translated fairly easily to drafting legal opinions, which I consider one of my most fulfilling duties as a civil judge. My next assignment in Danbury allowed me to try many more civil cases and to continue to research and write numerous legal opinions. I enjoyed my 2 years as a trial judge, civil trial judge in Danbury, but frankly did not enjoy that long commute from my home in Greenwich. In 2019, my commute improved markedly when I was assigned to Stamford, the court where I had practiced most as a lawyer. I received an individual calendar assignment where I have primary responsibility to manage an individual docket of approximately 500 civil cases, and also continued to try cases, conduct hearings, conferences, and mediations, and research and write legal opinions. When the courthouse was closed for COVID in 2020-2021, I continued as an IndyCal judge, holding court remotely from my kitchen and my den. This is my den. 5 days a week for over a year. While the courthouse was closed in June 2020, I turned 70 and was constitutionally transformed from a salaried judge to an unsalaried referee. Being a judge has been the culmination of my long legal career. I ask you to allow me the honor to continue to serve the people of Connecticut for another 8-year term. Thank you, and I would be pleased to answer any questions you may wish to pose.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So, as an IndyCal judge, you may have heard when I was going with over with Judge Brazel Massaro, I believe, before. Is there a reason why, as far as I can tell, that you're not being reviewed by litigants?
Well, I frankly wasn't aware of that. I hadn't focused on that until you mentioned that in your previous question. I really don't know. I'm a line judge. I do the hearings, I do the trials, I do the conferences. I obviously look at reviews when they come in, but I just don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And then you indicated in your question here that you like to do trials, but is it fair to say that the majority of your work is not doing trial work? You're doing like pre-trial motions and that kind of stuff?
No, I don't think that's fair to say, but I will say as a state trial referee, the trials I do are courtside trials. Now, I have had an opportunity to do some jury trials, and I know when you have a jury trial, when you have a judge trial referee, the attorneys have to agree to have a judge trial referee do a jury trial, and I have been assigned to jury trials. Fortunately or unfortunately, they've settled recently. Okay. I enjoy jury trials.
And looking at your resume, you've never sat in family. Is there any reason for that?
Well, I go where I'm assigned and I do what I'm assigned to do. Frankly, I think there's been some recognition that because of my background in civil litigation, that I'm somewhat of a civil specialist. Again, I can just tell you that when I was in Danbury, I was initially assigned to the GA, and the powers that be suggested that I would be better suited to a civil assignment because of my experience in that area.
So how long were you sitting in the GA in Danbury?
A week. It was when I was in civil in Bridgeport. I was transferred to Danbury, and originally the presiding judge had me sitting in the GA, and as I understand it, the department thought I'd be better served and suited being the civil trial judge in Danbury. So I ended up being the primary civil trial judge in Danbury, doing both jury and non-jury cases.
Well, coming back to the family, you said that you enjoyed doing the family violence docket, right?
I did when I was at the GA.
Yeah, in New Haven.
Yes.
And what aspect of that did you appreciate or enjoy?
Well, I thought you could make a real difference in difficult situations. Not every situation, but there were some cases where the feedback I received about what we had done in a particular case had worked out for the parties involved.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and congratulations, Judge.
Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm not sure if you remember, I did meet you in Danbury when you were assigned there. I happened to be the chief probation officer for that GA, and I stopped in to see you in the chambers because I had heard you were being assigned a criminal. And I always like to go and visit and welcome the new judges and offer my assistance because, as you probably know, criminal cases, many of them have some interaction with the probation department via pretrial or post-conviction or treatment-wise. And it stands out to me that when I did meet with you in your chambers, I gave you my card. You handed it back to me and said, "I doubt I'll ever be calling you." And it just had had an effect on me, and it felt belittling to me. And I'm just hoping that that's not your practice with treating court personnel.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I think we had that conversation when I was being shifted from the GA to civil. I was only in the GA very briefly in Danbury, and I think that was why I said that. And I am sorry if you felt badly about that. But it was, believe me, it was no personal slight intended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments, Representative O'Day?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Your Honor, for your service. Just to follow up briefly in my standard Robitis question, how can you assure members of the committee that you will not suffer from Robitis going forward if you are reappointed?
Well, whenever I see you, of course, I'm reminded about your admonition against Robitis. I think about that, and I'm conscious of it. I'm actually even more conscious of it after my last conversation with the previous questioner. I don't think that was I don't think that was a Robitis issue. I try to avoid any aspect of Robitis, but it was an example of how, when you're a judge, things you say and things you do can be misinterpreted. And I am sorry that happened at that time. And I think I actually remember the conversation. I believe it was when I was switching from criminal to civil, and I knew I wouldn't be in the GA. But be that as it may, you have to be conscious, and I am conscious. The things you say and do as a judge may reflect what you describe as Robitis, and I try to avoid that, and I try to keep my temperament level, even in difficult situations.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do remember, we've had conversations. You have and I appreciate the fact that you've granted summary judgment for and against me. And not a whole lot of judges have the fortitude to stick by what they believe the law and the facts lead them to. So I do appreciate the fact that you stick by your guns when you think you're right, and if hopefully going forward, if you're offered some assistance by a member of the probation department, you take that card and you respond differently. But I appreciate your years of service, Your Honor, and thank you. Good luck.
Well, in terms of summary judgment, I think that reflects my experience as a civil litigator. It used to be frustrating to me when I knew a judge would not grant summary judgment, even when it was warranted, because they didn't want to have an appealable issue. And it seems to me that summary judgment in the appropriate case should be entered. And even if it's appealable and it's turned over to an appellate court, I think as a judge you have a responsibility to do that. And I would say, if somebody from probation department came by and gave me their card, I would smile and I would thank them. I probably would not call them, but I would smile and thank them.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your service and good luck. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Labriola. Further questions or comments? Seeing none. Judge, good to see you. I know similar to Representative O'Day, I certainly have been on the receiving end of when you thought you were right on the law, and my position might have been pushing it somewhat and some testy questions. I remember particularly one of those instances in the height of the pandemic and in your kitchen, or you were in your kitchen. I wasn't in your kitchen, but appreciate your service and thanks for being with us this morning.
Well, thank you.
Senator Winfield.
Yep. Next, we'll hear from the Honorable Joseph A. Licari of Junior Brantford. Good morning, Judge Licari. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear to or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury? I didn't hear your response. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do.
Okay. You may proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Whitfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and all Judiciary Committee members. Thank you so much for the honor and privilege of appearing before you today. And I would also like to thank Governor Lamont for appointing me or nominating me for another term. This is my 6th appearance before you, and I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve another term. You have my questionnaire and my bio sheet, so my comments will be very brief. I became a Superior Court judge in 1983. In my early assignments, I sat around the state in high-volume criminal GA courts, sometimes as a trial judge and sometimes as a presiding judge. I was a presiding criminal judge in Bridgeport, Middletown, and New Haven. Thereafter, in the late 80s, I began serving in the civil side, back and forth between Bridgeport and New Haven, sometimes as trial judge, sometimes as a presiding judge. In 1995, I began serving 15 years in part a criminal in New Haven as a presiding trial judge, hearing multiple major felony cases. During that period of time, I was a member of the Criminal Jury Instruction Committee, and I was also a chairman of the statewide investigatory grand jury panel. And in 1993 to 1998, I served as the administrative judge for the Judicial District of New Haven. In 2011, I became a judge trial referee, hearing multiple civil pre-trials, mediations, some pre-argument conferences or PACs for the appellate court, and some assignments in the GA and also in juvenile court. For the past 2 years, I have been sitting in juvenile hearing delinquency matters.
It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of the state. And I look forward, hopefully with your permission, to continue that service. Thank you. And I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have. And again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. Nice to see you again.
You too, sir.
I just wanted to say, you don't have to sir me, but I'm sirring you. I just wanted to say congratulations on your renomination. Look forward to seeing you soon. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbine. Representative O'Day. Do you have your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, Your Honor, I know the answer to this question having appeared before you, but can you assure going forward to members of this committee that you would not suffer robitis in front of members of the public or council?
I never have, in all this time I have served. It's just not in my nature, and it's never going to happen. That's not me.
Your Honor, as someone who's appeared before you, I can attest to that fact, and I appreciate your years of service, sir, and best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We will next hear from the Honorable. You're welcome. Thank you. We'll next hear from the Honorable Joseph H. Pellegrino of East Haven. Judge Pellegrino. All right, we will get that situated and come back.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
You got me?
Yeah, we don't have your camera yet. There we go. Oh, we lost you again.
Okay, we'll try again.
All right. All right. There you go. I can see you. Would you raise your right hand for me? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, you may proceed with your statement.
Thank you and good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Strassum, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbine, and the other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. First, let me thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for another term as the judge trial referee. Since the last time I appeared before you 8 years ago, I've had the privilege of serving in both the appellate court and superior court in the Waterbury Judicial District. I sit about once a month at the appellate court and about 2 or 3 times a week in the superior court in Waterbury. In the superior court, I hear court cases, conduct pre-trials and mediations, and have been asked to hear binding arbitrations. I enjoy my work and hope that you will see it fit to permit me to continue in this capacity. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you, and I shall be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbine.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, my hand was inadvertently left up from before.
Not a problem. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Judge Pellegrino, congratulations. I see no problem with your renomination. I think we're all very well served by your commitment to the state of Connecticut. I didn't see it in your paperwork, but I've been doing this now for almost 32 years. Were you ever the chief court administrator?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, so I was hoping that my memory was still sound.
Great. Thank you.
Can you tell us what years you were?
2000 to 2005, about 5 years.
Yeah, very good. And you did an excellent job as chief court administrator as well. So I just want to say thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Your Honor, thank you very much for your years of service. I remember decades ago appearing before you as a first-year, second-year lawyer in Waterbury. And so I know the answer to this question, but how can you assure other members of this committee that you would not suffer from the infliction of robitis?
I have a twin brother who's a lawyer. And anytime I would go off the track, he got me back on track. Thank you, though. And my wife is a former justice of the Supreme Court, so she keeps me in tow.
Well, thank you again, Your Honor, for your years of service. It's always a pleasure, and best wishes going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Any further questions? If not, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We will next hear from the Honorable Eddie Rodriguez Jr. of Easton. Okay. If not, we'll figure that out, and we will hear from the Honorable Michael E. Shea of Wilton. Oh, no, I see Judge Rodriguez. Okay. Judge Rodriguez, if you could raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm as the case may be that the information you provide to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the help you got or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. You may provide your opening statement.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and all of the honorary members of the Judiciary Committee. Let me quickly begin by stating that from January 10th, 1992 forward, it has been an incredible journey. I'm blessed to have had good health to assist me in serving our citizens and to assist them in resolving their disputes, their controversies. During my 32 years plus serving as a judge, I have resided in Danbury, Waterbury, Hartford, New Haven, Milford, Derby, Norwalk, Stamford, and Bridgeport. I have served as a presiding judge in criminal matters in Part A and also in Part B criminal matters. I've also served as a presiding judge in the housing court. I've been assigned to preside in courtside trials and jury trials, civil courtside jury trials, the foreclosure docket, housing matters, juvenile matters, both delinquency and neglect. And currently, I've been serving as a family court judge trial referee since I attained the age of mandatory retirement of 70. I'm very grateful to the past and the current governor, Governor Lamont, and to the past and current legislators who have approved my continued service to our Constitution state. It's been an honor to have served, and I ask for your vote approving my continued service for my first full 8-year term as a judge trial referee. I will try to answer any questions which you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Representative Winfield, and good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for being here before us today. Congratulations on your renomination. I'm also a practicing family court attorney, and one of the issues that I'm concerned about with the transfer to many of the settled cases to submission by settlement agreement and request for approval without appearance. And I'm just curious, how are judges and how do you, when you're evaluating the settlement agreements before you without the parties in front of you, how do you analyze that agreement, and how do you evaluate it for whether coercive control may be at play in the settlement of a case in which you've never seen the parties before?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I apologize.
So we do a lot of agreements and a lot of cases settle, which is a good thing. We want that to happen. But in the olden days, we would normally appear before a judge and we would canvass our clients in front of a judge, and a judge would be able to view the demeanor of the parties involved and be able to take that into account in addition to the terms on the sheet of the paper in front of them. And now that we don't do that very often, now that many of our settlement agreements are submitted electronically with a form for the request for approval of that form without the appearance of the parties, does that impact the way, or do you think it's having any impact on your ability to assess whether the agreement that's in front of you really is fair and equitable and hasn't been the product of coercive control? Do you feel like there's any loss there for you in that, or are you able to still determine that?
Well, it's a lot easier if the parties are represented by counsel and they submit an agreement, because if there are questions, the attorneys obviously can clarify any doubt or any reservation that I might have in approving or disapproving. But I generally don't interfere with an agreement of the parties. If it looks good and it sounds reasonable, and I look at the financial affidavits regarding the marital distribution of assets and whether or not the appropriate alimony amount or not, or waiver of alimony amount is appropriate, then I would act accordingly. I don't know that I've ever disapproved an agreement presented to me by the parties.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your being here today, Your Honor, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Osborne. Are there further comment or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I did raise my hand late.
I didn't know if to just go straight to you or not, because I felt like the last time I did that, you were caught off guard. Sorry. Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just real quick, Your Honor, thank you for your years of service. I am not sure I've appeared before you, but I've heard nothing but good things. Can you just tell the committee how you can assure us that you will not suffer from robitis going forward?
Well, let me respond by giving you a very quick lesson in Spanish. And it's a model that I kind of live by. Your ego is not your best amigo.
I love it. Me llamo is Tom. That's about the extent of my my Spanish, but thank you very much, Your Honor. I do appreciate it. Your ego is not your amigo. That is a great response, and I appreciate it. So thank you for your years of service and best wishes going forward.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Judge Rodriguez. Great to see you. I just wanted to assure Representative O'Day from my years of knowing you that you were not the person we need to be worried about being afflicted with robitis. Just want to congratulate you on your reappointment. Thank you for being with us today, and hoping this weather will clear up soon so I can see you out walking in the park soon enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Further comments or questions from members of the committee? Further comments or questions? If not, Judge Rodriguez, thank you for joining us this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the Honorable Michael E. Shea of Wilton. Good morning, Judge Shea.
Good morning. Can you see me?
I can see you. If you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I'd also like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as a state referee. To briefly recap my experience, I was nominated by Governor Rowland in 2000, renominated by Governor Rell in 2008, and Governor Malloy in 2016. During the past 24 years, I have served in 3 different judicial districts: Ansonia, Milford at Milford, Danbury, and the Stamford-Norwalk Judicial District in Stamford. I've had a number of different assignments, including criminal, civil, complex litigation, and family. I served as presiding judge for the family in Stamford for 3 years, and I also served as the assistant administrative judge in Danbury. Currently, I took senior status in December 31st, 2010, and became a state referee in October 2015 when I turned 70. I have been appointed on a yearly basis by the Chief Justice to serve as a judge trial referee. And I'm currently serving in Stamford in that capacity in a family assignment. As the committee knows, the Judicial Review Council admonished me on March 15th, 2023, because I, quote, acted in a manner which gave the appearance of impropriety and constituted unfavorable judicial practice, close quotes. I erroneously believed that an order was ignored, took my frustration out on the son of one of the parties. I fully accept the admonishment. I believe my conduct was unacceptable. I can assure you that I will not act in a similar fashion in the future. It's been a distinct honor and a privilege to serve the people of the state of Connecticut for the past 24 years. I found it rewarding and satisfying. If it's your pleasure to confirm me, I would welcome the opportunity to continue my service. I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Judge Shea. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Judge, I want to focus on the incident that gave rise to the admonishment. And I've listened to the recording. Is it fair to say that, well, let me set the stage. It's a continuation of a restraining order is what's before you. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And the individuals are immigrants, one of which is in need of an interpreter in the Farsi language.
Both need an interpreter.
Okay, well, I believe the son was there offering at least to interpret for his mom. And it appears, at least initially, that exchange was acceptable to you. And I don't fault you. I'm just setting the stage, right? Is that fair?
No, I would say no. I don't make it a practice. In fact, we're told specifically not to allow persons that are not official reporters or official interpreters to do that. But I will sometimes allow family members, as I did in this particular instance, to sort of set the scene, to sort of explain what the process is going to be. But I clearly thought he offered his services. I said to him, my recollection is, why don't we wait for the Farsi interpreter to come? I think he was coming down from Hartford or something like that. So that's how that happened. I looked at two. I is a 78-year-old, but I've looked at two elderly persons who did not have the facility in the English language, and I basically allowed the son to come and stand next to his mother, just sort of give her a little bit of comfort. Now, I've done that from time to time.
Sure, and I'm just trying to set the scene.
Sure.
That's all.
Sure.
So, as we do in family court, we usually send all contested cases to family relations, and that's what you suggested to the parties. They should go to family relations, see if you could work it out. Is that fair? Okay.
That's fair.
And at that point, the son brings to your attention that they had been there the week before on something similar, I suppose, had gone to family relations, and there was a dispute which ended up involving the police and so on and so forth. And the elder Mr. Getting medical attention, so on and so forth. Is that fair?
That was explained to me, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, the recording reflects that you said, okay, wait here and let me deal with some other cases and we'll see what we can do.
That's correct.
Okay. So then there's a lapse of about 45 minutes is my understanding. And then you called the case and you asked what happened at family relations. At which point you were informed that they didn't go to family relations, and you reacted in a manner that well, I think you admitted was unacceptable, which involved ordering someone out of the courtroom, the son, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
And you went at length about violating a court order, which you admit didn't exist.
That's correct. I put that down to again the you know, as you explained in the beginning, it's we've had a longstanding protocol in family to family send family cases to family relations, and I put this down to sort of a reflexive assumption, which was incorrect. And I just took my frustration out on this gentleman, and I regret it. It was a bad moment on a busy day, and well, if I could have it back, I'd love to take it back. But
well, I understand, and sometimes in family court, you're almost like a triage nurse, right? You're dealing with various different cases, a lot of pro se people, and you're trying to dispose of all of these issues in a fair and just manner. So I got that, but my first concern is you issued an order to remain in effect. In fact, you said you can stay here in the courtroom or you can go out in the hallway. There's some benches, right?
Correct.
And it's 45 minutes later, so you forgot your order. Is that
no? That's I said I think I'd call it not forgetting. It's more like a reflexive response to. I mean, when I walked back in from the pretrial that took 45 minutes, I basically, you read the transcript or you listened to it. I said, why didn't you go to family? And if you listen carefully, the interpreter says they didn't want to go to family. And as I said, it was just sort of reflexive on my part. My frustration, I took it out on this gentleman. Again, I regret it. It was inappropriate. And I was admonished for it. I accept that admonishment.
Well, my concern is that, in family, let's say you had started to hear testimony that morning, and then you take this break and you don't remember what that testimony was, and then you're making a serious decision on a case. That's my initial concern. I mean, the decorum, I got the scores on your evaluations, and it does indicate that your decorum score is like double what the average, the poor side is about double what the average is. Do you have any? Well, did you know that?
Yes, I looked at fact. I reviewed the I think I've been had reviewed something like 7 times, and I took the averages, and I'm remarkably consistent. I think from within a certain tolerance. You also asked a question, a very good question, I think, in terms of who gets evaluated. 20 of my 24 years has been in family. I don't know whether that makes a difference too, in terms of the evaluations. It's a relatively small sample. I'm not a statistician and by any means, but I think I have been sort of consistent, and I don't think it's showing any slippage. I mean, I've had some years that I'm higher than the average, some years I'm lower than the average, but it's basically, pretty. I think I'm pretty consistent on average.
Okay, so what I'm looking at, you were reviewed. There was 2 different periods. One was 2012 through 2017, and the other was 2017 through 2022.
Right.
So in the first period, you were actually reviewed 25 times.
Right.
In the second period, the more relevant period, you were reviewed 27 times, not 4 times. So, you know, I know it's still a small number considering all of the cases that you do in family, but that's what we have to work with. And, you know, on the management skills scale, the old period, and I'm just looking at the fair poor scale, the average was about 9%, and you were at 11% on the poor scale. The newer period, the average went down to 8.4%, but you're at 16.4%. So that's on management skills. Do you have any explanation for that?
I don't. I don't even see the questionnaires. They're passed out to the lawyers. I try to do my best to move cases along. I think that there are looks like there are a number of metrics and questions that are within those. I just don't have an answer for you. I've been, as I said, I've been doing this for 24 years. If you're asking, excuse me, if I'm losing it, I would, my short answer is no. I believe I'm very capable and competent. I still enjoy what I do. I can make a contribution. I've written over 700 decisions. I think I've got, I would say that 2/3 of them are probably on the internet. You can look at them and read them. I don't, as I said,
it's rare that somebody does complain and that the complaint actually gets to fruition. Have you ever had an opportunity? Well, have you ever had an exchange in the last 24 years of sitting in family court that was similar or perhaps worse than the one that you were admonished for?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I'm sure that there isn't, a judge that's ever sat that hasn't shown some irritation at some point or some aggravation. But I said, this particular incident was just a bad moment. I can't say that enough. I was wrong. I do not see that happening again. Every day before I go on the bench, I take a deep breath. I reflect on the importance of a judge's comportment, in terms of being calm and respectful, and I try to be that way with the witnesses. I particularly with self-represented persons, I take time to explain my rulings to them and what's going on with them. Every for court, I sit down with the clerk. We go over the docket and to make sure that we're on the same page. I have, for what it's worth, I have shared my situation with several of the newer judges, as sort of as a cautionary tale and I think it's important. I think that as a judge trial referee, there are some mentoring aspects of the job. So, as I said, to anticipate Representative O'Day, I don't see this something going forward. I don't think this is the pattern of my, in general. I don't think that's not who I am. I think if that were the case, it would have shown up 24 years ago or 20 years ago or whatever.
So when you counsel your colleagues, what do you tell them?
I tell them, I tell them, this is what happened. As I said, it's sort of a cautionary tale. This is that you need to, I don't know if any of you would remember the late, I think I may still be alive, Judge Spada, Arthur Spada used to teach a course on contempt. And he had a little mantra, and he would give seminars to the judges, and he would say, detach, diffuse, decide. That was his little mantra. So you detach, do not engage. I made a big mistake. I engaged. Diffuse, get up, take a recess, calm it down, come back and make your decision. And I have tried to live by that for these past 24 years. And as I said, it had a bad moment on a busy day.
And I'm going to defer, but I think if the situation was self-inflicted, because if you had known that you had not directed them to wait out in the hallway, then there wouldn't have been any rise to do anything adverse, right? So if you had remembered when you came back on the bench that they weren't supposed to go to family relations, or what your last order was, then there would have been nothing to react to. So that's as I started, that's a part of the problem to begin with. But I'm going to defer to my colleagues. So thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Judge, I'm going to start where Representative Fishbein left off. Because Representative Fishbein says, had you remembered or known that you hadn't ordered them in the way you believed you did, this wouldn't have happened. But I guess that causes me to ask the question, had you actually ordered them to do what you thought you did, would this have been an appropriate way of operating?
No, absolutely not. Again, one way or the other, the bottom line is it was a very bad moment. I regret it. I was in the wrong.
And I appreciate
I accept that responsibility for it.
I appreciate that. I think that's important. A lot of the times when we have a judge before us, it takes a long time to get them to the point where if something like this has occurred, it takes a long time to get them to the point where they've at least accepted that. So you do that out the gate. That is commendable. But the way that you explain this starts off with this order being ignored, right? And it while it is what happened, it also feels like kind of an explanation for why it happened, and it should not have, from my perspective, made a difference, right? Whether the order was ignored or not, you have power in the court, and there are ways you could have handled that differently. So you talked about the cautionary tale, and so I guess the question in my mind is, what is the lesson? Because you keep talking about this as it was a day where a lot of stuff was going on, and you just reacted. What's the lesson that you're imparting to your colleagues?
The lesson I'm imparting to my colleagues, especially the younger ones, is that you do have to be basically on your guard. You have to make sure that when you enter the courtroom, and your frame of mind is these people are here. They're looking for our help. They want a decision. They want something. They want their case to move. They want to be heard. And anything that gets in the way of that. So the judge's demeanor, the tone of the judge's voice. I feel in some respects your tone and your demeanor are often more important than the message itself that you're delivering. And that's my takeaway is that in the future, I am much more cognizant of it. And one thing that sort of brought this thing home too was me listening to the tape. It's one thing, to look at a transcript and read a transcript, which I did multiple times. But when we started this process and I listened to the tape, it just really came home.
I appreciate that. I guess the cautionary tale and feeling as though you're not going to do it again. I guess I want to push a little bit on that, because I would bet that if I had asked you going into that day, you would have told me that it wouldn't have happened, right? I'm not wrong in assuming that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I would assume that you would have suggested that. So I guess, and please disagree with me if I'm wrong. Don't allow me to put words. But I guess my question is, besides being aware of it and having heard the tape, which cemented it for you, what is your system of accountability for yourself, other than just knowing that that day was wrong and your outburst wasn't appropriate?
Well, as I had said previously, one of the important things is I take what I call a team approach. So the product that we are making, or what we're making, it does take a number of people. It takes the monitor, it takes the clerk, it takes the judge, and sometimes other the family relations office. So one of the important things that I do, and I do this every morning, and is so that there is no mixed signal. I sit down with the clerk that's assigned to me. I don't have a dedicated clerk, so it's on a rotating basis. So I make it a point to sit down. I take the docket and I go through line by line by line, and I'll say, because I review wherever I can, I review it the night before, or if I get in early and I look at the files, I make notes on them. Then I sit down with the clerk, ask them if they've heard anything. And my rule is always one person appears, hold them, two people send them to family relations unless I tell you otherwise. So I have a system this incident really reinforced the importance of that system, so that this team that we have is on the same page for every single case that comes before us. Because if you will also recall, if you read the transcript or listened, even the clerk had said, when Mr. Turbati had asked, what are you going to do? He said, I'll ask Judge Shea. So again, there was a breakdown, but everything that goes on in the courtroom is my responsibility. Everything.
Just for clarification, so that is the system you operate under. That system was in play that day?
Yes, but there was I can't tell you. The bottom line is yes, that is my system, but I am, I'm making sure that I do that every time. There may be times when I don't get a clerk that the clerk doesn't get, that's assigned to me, doesn't get into like 28 minutes after the hour, and so we don't have time to do that.
Judge, the reason I asked the question, because I have a follow-up question to that. Sure. If that was the system that was in play that day, have you made modifications to that system?
Have I made modifications to the system?
Yeah, because the system apparently didn't prevent you from the terrible day that you had. And so my question is, recognizing that the system wasn't as effective as you may have assumed, have you made modifications post the incident?
No, but I don't think you can't really, it's kind of hard to, it's a relatively simple, straightforward system. It's just that it's possible. I cannot tell you on that day whether I had that conversation. As I said, it's generally been my practice, but I can tell you that every day after that, when I got the grievance, I made sure, and I make sure that I have a conversation. We don't start court until I have that conversation. It's not like a rolling, a rolling conversation.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so to give some context, I did listen to the tape, and I will tell you, I've appeared before you a number of times, and that I have never experienced your temperament and temperament issues. So I guess my question is, you said it was a mistake, and I appreciate you being forthright. Because having appeared before you, that was out of character. I was surprised when I heard it, and so I guess my question is the breakdown from what I gather in listening to the tape and then in hearing you explain it to us. When your clerk went out and spoke to the parties, did he ever talk to you about that conversation?
No.
Or she? I don't know if it was a male clerk or.
I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, Representative.
No.
I mean, it's on me.
Yes. No, I get it. I'm just trying to get context because the party or the son said we spoke to presumably your clerk, and he said to wait here and he would talk to you. If he had talked to you and you responded the way you did, it would be much worse, quite frankly.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I think this is obviously a poor reflection on who you are as a judge, frankly, and what we as a committee have to grapple with, Your Honor. And the reason why I asked the question almost to every judge about Robitis is because of trying to prevent exactly what happened on that day with those litigants, particularly due to the fact that they were, I think both were pro se. Is that correct?
Both, yes, were self-represented parties, and the son, as I said, as a courtesy to I thought elderly people who had very, very few English skills, very poor English skills. I just thought as a comfort to, as I said, I think he possibly became more advocate than as a comforter to his mother. But that again, it's on me. Everything that happens, there's no one, I think, on the face of the earth that takes things more to heart when I do something that I regret, or I think you don't live 78 years without messing up a time or two, and there is no one, I can assure you, that takes things more to heart and wakes up talking to myself sometimes saying, well, why did I do it? So
I guess my question to Your Honor is in going forward, look, I think there's not a person on this committee that can't say we've made mistakes ourselves. So in our jobs, but what would you say to us going forward? Well, let me ask, before I ask that question, I have not observed temperament issues. Are you aware of anyone else accusing you of having some temperament issues in the past that you have reflected on?
No, not that no.
And a question that I do like that some committee members on here ask is how you interact with your staff. Have you had good interactions with your staff over the years, or have there been issues?
Excellent. No, I have excellent. I maintain contact with some some have become lawyers. I'm very, I take, as I said, I'm more of a mentoring approach. I think we've got some marvelous young men and women that are eager to learn. They want to discuss the case. I take time to discuss the cases with them. And as I said, I still get birthday greetings from some, and no, I have a very good relationship. And as I said, I truly believe it's a team approach, and everybody has a part to play. I try to be respectful of the monitors. I try to be respectful of the staff to give them breaks. Sometimes lawyers want to continue their argument, and I'll say, well, you're on staff time right now. We're going to take a short break. We'll come back. That's been my approach everywhere I've sat.
All right, Your Honor. And then, so the final question going forward, excuse me, how can you assure this committee that that was a one-off, that is something that won't happen again?
All I can do is tell you that it will not happen again. It just will not happen again.
All right, Your Honor, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Your Honor, for your years of service and best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Shea, good to see you again. Judge, so I don't want to beat this again, and I think most of the questions have been asked on this, but an admonishment doesn't happen every day. We don't get a lot of those. There's complaints filed with the Judicial Review Council, and we may get one a year, if that actually trickle its way all the way up to the Judiciary Committee. So I mean, I do think this committee can and has to take that seriously. What assurance, well, let me ask it this way. I mean, is the admonishment sort of the only time in your career that you would say your either conduct or ability to be fair and impartial has been called into question on the bench?
I cannot think of a single incident.
Okay. How about instances in which you've been overturned on appeal? How frequent has that been?
Well, it depends on which court. I believe that I think I'm
sorry, Rob.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Representative Blumenthal, please mute. Go ahead, Judge.
I believe that I've been affirmed probably about 3/4 of the time from the appellate court. Not quite as frequently when the Supreme Court weighs in, but they're generally on larger, probably larger issues that have probably piqued their curiosity or whatever, and they're generally issues that could probably go either way. No, as I said, I've written upwards of 700, probably more than 700 written opinions, anywhere from 1 to 25 to up to 50 pages on a couple of occasions. And I've been appealed 140 some odd times, but most of those are either dismissed, or I've been affirmed, or I've been reversed. But I've tell people that my function is to basically listen to the parties, consider the evidence, make a decision, and not be looking over my shoulder to see what the appellate court might do. I have to call it as I see it, and I think that's part of being a trial judge. That's part of the being decisive. That's part of making that decision that everybody wants.
So let me ask you specifically about the rule of law and the role of a trial judge and how you see the role of a trial judge. When you're decisive in a case, what do you mean by that? And how important is appellate authority to you in making a decision in a case?
Number one, appellate authority is key, because right now I'm basically a creature of statute, and I have my rule book is 46B-1 et cetera, and the practice book 25, section 25 going forward, and the appellate court cases, and I have to be conversant in those, and I basically do my own research, and that
Do you believe it's your job as a trial judge to apply Supreme Court majority precedent as handed down by the Supreme Court?
I believe he froze.
Judge Willis?
He looks like he's still frozen. We'll give him a moment, see if we get him back.
matures it, and as
Judge, you froze there a little bit. Could you go? I don't know if you heard my question, but my question was directed at Supreme Court precedent and whether you're required to apply majority Supreme Court precedent.
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any instances in which you have not done that? And
I believe that on one instance I cited the dissent in I can't remember whether it was an appellate court case or the Supreme Court case. I may have cited the dissent, but the law is it's evolving, and sometimes as a trial judge, you can take one position or another, but it's not my.
Judge, let me stop you. Let me remind you of the case. Okay, the case was Revill, Reville versus Revill.
Yes.
And it went up to the Supreme Court in 2014.
Yes, sir.
And I think in the underlying case, you were accused of trying to, quote, reconcile the dissent in that case with the majority holding. And in fact, you applied the rule as promulgated by the dissent as opposed to the rule as promulgated by the majority opinion. Did you recall that case?
I recall it very, very well. I believe, and this is Revill is it's kind of a watershed case, because up to that particular point, there's a Bender case that the law of what was marital property, especially in the case of pensions, was evolving over time. But up to that particular point, it had been an objective standard. But Bender sort of changed the mold to a more subjective, or added a subjective element to the piece. And I believed that based on the facts of the Revill case, and the appellate court disagreed with me, or the Supreme Court disagreed with me, but on the facts, I believed that the trial judge at that particular time, I believe it was Judge Harrigan, had basically listened to the parties, that canvassed the parties, and that I think she was a plaintiff at the time. She was fully aware of the situation. So, I just felt that on Revill that it should have been decided under the older standard, the objective standard, but they had literally, it was on the cusp, I believe. I think Bender came down on the appellate. There was a case that came down, and I think when I made my decision, the new case, the Bender case had not come down, and then and I think it was even noted by the Supreme Court that I called that correctly. But they were more concerned that I had, in essence, missed a signal in terms of the law's evolution to this additional subjective standard. That's the only way I can explain it.
Judge, so I don't want to debate this with you, and I don't mean to be overly critical, but footnote 29 of that decision is about as blistering a repudiation of a Superior Court judge by the Supreme Court as I think I've read. Our disapproval, and I'm quoting, our disapproval of this aspect of the trial court's decisions cannot be overstated. It is axiomatic that a dissenting opinion, by its very nature, represents a minority of the court's disagreement with the law as established by the majority opinion, and therefore is not an authoritative ruling to be applied by the lower court. It goes on below to say the trial courts, meaning your reliance on a dissenting opinion as a source of law, was improper. Unfortunately, the trial court's gratuitous editorializing regarding the majority opinion in Bender strongly suggests a fundamental misconception of its, meaning your, role in a hierarchical system of justice. And this is an opinion written by then Chief Justice Rogers. I mean, do you disagree with her assessment of that?
No, not at all. Representative Staffstrom, as I said, I do not make it a practice for of citing. I can only recall citing Judge Flynn once, who wrote a dissent, and that was but I only cited him because he articulated the law about the parties to a contract. There's the covenant of good faith and fair dealing, and that's the only other time that I think I've ever incorporated a dissent in a decision. Reville, but I guess you can argue. That's the wonderful thing about being a lawyer. I mean, you can argue back and forth positions of law, but I firmly believe the Supreme Court is last. They get the last say. So no matter what your opinion is, and I accept that, and moved on, and I've written dozens, probably 100 or more decisions since Reville. I don't make that a practice. But as I said, thinking back, and as I said, if I knew you were going to ask this question, hindsight, I probably would have reread Reville. It's very long, it's very lengthy. But that's my recollection is that it was on the cusp of the law evolving, the law of property, of marital property, evolving from a strictly objective standard to the addition of a subjective element. That's my recollection. But I accept the former Chief Justice is a friend of mine. We served as colleagues in Stanford, and I respect her opinion, and she has written other family opinions that I cite very frequently. So no, that's the last word.
All right. I guess my question was a little less about that, but at this point we have the admonishment, we've got this decision from the Supreme Court. Is there anything else out there in your background that before we vote on your renomination that we should know about?
Not that I'm aware of.
All righty. Representative Oswald.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Senator.
Sorry, we got our signals crossing.
I'm good.
Representative, you're on mute.
I'm on deck. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Your Honor. I am also a practicing family law attorney, and I'm particularly interested in the 46B-15 extension of restraining orders in family court. And currently we have a very broad standard, and there aren't a lot of guidelines for judges when they're faced with a motion for an extension of a restraining order in family court. I believe the words are, as the court deems necessary. So I'm curious, over the years, we have expanded the grounds on which an initial restraining order can be granted. So we've added coercive control to the initial reasons for granting a restraining order. And I'm wondering how, if at all, that has shifted your view of what is, quote unquote, necessary when it comes to the extension of a restraining order. Thank you.
That's a good question. The way I would answer that is I divide the 46B-15s into two buckets. All right. The first bucket is the application itself. And my practice, my policy has always been, in other words, you're doing sort of, there's a potential deprivation of liberty. You got the 2-week deprivation. But my attitude has always been, if there's any doubt, you rule in favor of the applicant, because the risk of harm, so whether you call it coercive control, whether you call it actual physical violence, threats of physical violence, the potential for harm is greater, in my judgment, than the 2-week deprivation of liberty. So whether this is something, but the second bucket though is, you put your finger on it. That's the harder one, because that now it shifts to a two-person, in essence. You've got to listen to both parties, and you've got to make a decision after you have heard both parties. But again, it is a scourge. I recognize, I say that regularly from the bench, that domestic violence is a scourge. We take it very, very seriously. It has always been, in fact, during my training 24 years ago, part of it was domestic violence. Sitting in with Judge Adams's court in Bridgeport when he was doing the DV docket, and the branch takes it seriously. We have seminars on it and on a regular basis. So it's something we take seriously. But but part of that second bucket though is listening to both parties, and often and we also look to some guidance from family relations. We get the lethality assessment that comes up on a regular basis, whether there's a low risk, a moderate risk, or a high risk. So those are all factors that the court looks at.
So Your Honor, and through you, Mr. Chair, a follow-up question. Your Honor, I would like to focus you in not on the 2-week hearing that is afforded after an ex parte, but on the extension of a restraining order that's been granted after a hearing. So maybe it gets granted in June and you've had your hearing in June and it was supposed to last for 6 months or for a year. So the time period for the extension for that restraining order that is granted after hearing is expiring, and a party files a motion for an extension of that restraining order, because as you know, family court restraining orders can only last for a year unless one of the parties moves to have it extended. And at that time, upon a motion for an extension of a hearing granted of a restraining order granted after hearing, the standard for the court to evaluate whether that restraining order should be extended past that year, the standard is just what the court deems necessary, right? So how do you evaluate with such a broad brush before you? How do you evaluate whether the extension is necessary at that time, and has the inclusion of coercive control in the initial granting of applications, now that that's part of the standards that's used in courts, has the addition of coercive control to the initial standards impacted, if at all, if you've had any of these cases since that time, whether an extension of that restraining order granted after hearing would be necessary? And would you find it helpful if there would it be helpful if there were more guidelines other than just whatever you think is necessary?
That part of your question, I think is probably best left to the legislature and to the branch. But in terms of me doing the calculus, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question, your first question. I would say more often than not, when I get a motion for extension, only the applicant or the recipient of the order shows up for whatever reason. The standard that may have something to do with the standard of service, which can be by certified mail. When I look at the order that was already entered, and I have a person standing in front of me that already got the relief. They got it on an ex parte basis. They got it after hearing, and there was sufficient grounds. I will generally extend that for a year. But you also have certain cases where both parties show up, And you do have to have a hearing. You do have to listen to them, and you send them to family relations, and maybe they work something out. And again, in most instances that I'm aware of, the situation, they resolve it, and the other party just agrees with it because they've probably been separate and apart for a while, and it's just maybe the respondent feels it's easier. I don't know, but I get them fairly routinely, but they're not as common. But as I said, one party, if the facts and circumstances are compelling, I will extend it. But as far as coercive control is concerned, that generally means that there was an ongoing relationship, and oftentimes what's tied to this temporary restraining order is also a contested dissolution of marriage, and oftentimes that situation it shifts to what I call the regular docket, and it's ultimately it just goes away. Because the parties are just they're no longer, in other words, there are court orders that were entered on the regular docket. The parties are not living together anymore, and those would be rare.
I thank you for your time, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? Comments or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Judge.
My pleasure.
Next, we'll hear from the Honorable Christine S. Vertifi.
Good afternoon.
Wait a minute.
We don't have your camera yet.
Okay. My
Wait a minute. Don't say that. I'm having trouble getting the camera.
my technological assistant, who's Judge Pellegrino, can't get a picture. But can you hear me?
We do hear you.
Are you willing to listen to me without a picture? He's trying.
Try to get the picture, particularly since I need to swear you in and make sure that you are, as I trusted you would be, but make sure that you are raising your right hand.
All right, well, he's working away.
All right, we'll give it a moment.
Can't do it.
This is the test.
There we go. There we go. A little patience is a virtue.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you would raise your right hand for me.
Yes.
All right. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed with your statement.
All right. Good afternoon. It's an honor to appear before the members of this committee, and I thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and the other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I want to begin by thanking Governor Lamont for nominating me for another term as a judge trial referee. Since I became a judge trial referee in 2020, I've had the privilege of hearing appeals at the appellate court. I've enjoyed the interesting and challenging cases I've heard there, and I hope to continue in this capacity with this work. I look forward to answering any questions that the court might have.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions, Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Your Honor, or thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Your Honor.
Hello.
Just real quick, I think I know the answer to this. I don't think I've appeared before you, but I've been asking every judge, if you are reappointed, How can you assure the committee that you will not suffer from robitis?
Oh, my goodness. I've been a judge. I started calculating since 1989. I think I understand that I haven't had robitis. I don't anticipate getting robitis. I think my record over all those years reflects no problems and no claims of anything like robitis or any other problem.
All right, Ryan. Well, 1989 is a couple years before I became a lawyer. So congratulations. Thank you for your years of service and best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question? Seeing none, Judge, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Next, we have to be a family support magistrate, Donald R. Green of Meriden. Good afternoon. If you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would also like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for reappointment to a family support magistrate. I'd like to thank my beautiful wife, Bonnie, for her continued love and support. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of this great state in the judiciary. It would be an honor and privilege to serve another term if permitted to do so. In my first term, I've been assigned to courts in Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, Bridgeport, Norwich, Putnam, Middletown, and Derby, to name a few. I preside over cases involving paternity, child support, modifications, contempt, and interstate petitions. I am humbled and grateful for the privilege of having served on the Judges Education Committee, where I was a liaison between the Family Support Magistrates and the Education Committee from January 2021 to October of 2023. I am also grateful for the opportunity to present a course at the Connecticut Judges Institute in June of 2021 for family support, for family superior court judges and family support magistrates. I have also served as a mentor to other magistrates who were appointed after me. I would be most grateful for your support and approval for the position of family support magistrate. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Comment or questions, Representative Quinn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Your Honor, congratulations on your reappointment. I don't have any questions, but just want to say that you do Meriden proud every day that you're on the bench, and we're very lucky to have you, and I wish you all the best in the next 8 years.
Thank you for those kind words, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Your Honor. Just one question, be consistent throughout as I can. I have not heard anything but good things, but just for the rest of the committee and ourselves, anybody watching, assuring us that you would not suffer from robitis if you are reappointed.
You have my assurance. That is not in my nature.
That's what I've heard, but thank you and best wishes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, fingers are a little slow. Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Your Honor, or it's now good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your renomination. I'm just curious. You've sat in family support magistrate for quite some time, and you have a very impressive educational background, and you seem to be really happy down with Family Support Magistrate, and we don't have an application before us for you to move over to Superior Court. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us what your most fulfilling parts are about being a Family Support Magistrate, and why that's your continuing path.
I believe the question was, what was the most fulfilling?
Yes, and why is this your continuing path? We would often see an application up to Superior Court, but anyhow, thank you.
Okay, so I enjoy interacting with people from all walks of life. I enjoy the challenge and the reward that I receive, personal reward from solving difficult disputes. As you may know, the majority of the litigants who appear before me and other family support magistrates are self-represented parties. And so there are some real issues that are involved, real like emotional issues. And it's always fulfilling for me to be able to resolve issues and also to travel to different courts throughout the state and, and presiding over various cases as well.
Well, I appreciate your experience. I appreciate your continued willingness to serve as Family Support Magistrate. As you mentioned, it is mostly self-represented litigants. And I think your experience and your knowledge is all that more important for folks who are not represented in court. And I appreciate your service there and congratulate you on your renomination.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further comments or questions from members of the committee? Further comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon. That will put us into the public portion of this public hearing. We have Ed Gavin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, Ranking Member Representative Fishbein, Senator Kissel, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Edward Gavin. I'm the past president of the Connecticut Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, as we've done for the past 16 years. I provided the committee with judicial reappointment commentaries on the judges that primarily practice in the criminal forum. We submitted those in writing, 50 copies last week to the offices of the Judiciary Committee. Having done this for 16 years, I would respectfully suggest to the committee that you have an excellent slate of candidates here that are up for reappointment. On the criminal side of the House, Judge Gold and Judge Harmon, you can see the various comments from there supporting their renomination. Judge Matthew Frechette is an outstanding jurist. He sat by himself up in the Ansonia Milford Judicial District and did a tremendous amount of hard work resolving cases there. Judge Gould is up for reappointment. We're happy to see that he's back on the civil side from family, was a terrific lawyer in private practice and has served as a great judge. I don't mean to leave anyone out, but in the state referee side of the House, we have Judge Rodriguez, who is clearly the go-to jurist in family matters here in Bridgeport, an outstanding judge. Judge Cremins in Waterbury, Judge Massaro in Danbury, and Judge Pellegrino are all wonderful, wonderful judges. So respectfully, we appreciate the opportunity to submit our commentaries for your consideration, and we thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. As always, it's good to see you again. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No question. Just I wanted to thank Attorney Gavin for his years of providing us that information. It's been invaluable in assisting us in evaluating the judges. And thank you, and then wish you continued success.
Representative, we've dispatched a team of top flight lawyers with shovels to New Canaan to make sure you can get out of your driveway as the snow accumulates. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Mr. Gavin, it's good to see you again.
As always, you too, Senator. Thank you so much for the time and courtesy. You do great work in your committee, and we all appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Claude Young. Mr. Young.
Yes, good afternoon, Judiciary,
Chairperson Winfield, Sastrom, Senior Ranking Kissel and Fishbein, and the honorary members of Judiciary. There's actually one particular judge in today's listings and considerations for renominations that I'm really speaking about, but the basis of the call is regarding some prior judges that you have gone through a nomination. The main concern, as Representative Sastrom and Representative Fishbein have said, there are not many admonishings or red flags that come across through Judiciary, and there's a reason for that. There seems to be a consistent, how would you say, prevalent basis of personnel within the state who are actually going out of their way to refuse those complaints. Legitimate complaints against judges and prosecutors have engaged in misconduct. And I'd like for you guys to seriously consider that this is not the first time that I've addressed these issues with your committee. And unfortunately, only certain members of the committee are taking these concerns seriously. And that would be Senator Winfield, Representative Porter, Representative Sastrom has at least embraced it. Representative Fishbein and Kissel, I believe you've asked me some prior questions at my prior testimony. And I've actually reached out to Senator Kissel with no response regarding the nooses that took place in his district. Again, issues regarding racism within the state. I will say that I'm very disappointed that this committee has not taken those concerns seriously. There's a person in charge of your judicial review who's actually been involved in this misconduct and Jim Crow. The person who oversees all of your judges within the state, among others. And I would hope that you guys have some serious concerns about finding out the additional personnel. The Department of Justice and the FBI is viewing this today. They are fully aware of the personnel involved, and they have told me repetitively to address this within the state, which has refused, I believe now 20 years now, being to 2024. My first instance was 2004. The only entity that has is the auditors, Office of Auditors. I would appreciate someone from your committee reaching out to me so I can give you the personnel involved. You can inquire, do your investigation, and find out the legitimacy of these concerns. There are certain personnel that need to be removed and their pensions attached for this kind of misconduct. I thank you for your time and welcome any of your questions.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Young. Comment or question from members of the committee. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Young, and your patience. You had to listen to all the testimony. I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is there was sort of like a broad brush concern with racism or bad actions, but I'm wondering if you're actually testifying on any of the folks before us today. And I sort of heard a little bit, and I'm not quite sure about it, about an admonishment being serious. I got to be honest, I don't recall many, if any, admonishments in my 30, going on almost 32 years now. So are you speaking against the renomination of Judge Shea, or did I mishear you? I'm just trying to figure it out.
No, I did reference in the beginning, sorry, Senator, that there was one judge in particular in today's slate of considerations. It was Judge Rodriguez. I did not actually reference him specifically. I thought that the more pressing issues were the repetitive state personnel who have taken oaths to address these issues with either a prosecutor or judge in our state who has gone well beyond the scope of our mandates or our Constitution. It's now gotten to the point where it's not just state violations, it's federal. So that's more the pressing issue, that these judges have actually gone through the considerations from the governors, respective governors, gone through your scrutiny, gone into being able to interact with the constituents and the residents of the states. And when they do something wrong, the reason why Representative Sastrom and Representative Fishbein referenced you don't see many, because there's actually a concerted effort within the state and personnel within certain offices that refuse those complaints, don't respond, and will not let them come to light. This is now 20 years I've been trying to address issues with Judge Comerford, Judge Markle, Mr. Dunn now, who's now in charge of all of your judicial review, he was involved in engaging in Jim Crow. Openly. I actually had to file a motion
Mr. Young,
engaging in Jim Crow to have
Mr. Young, 1 second. Hold on a second.
Yes, Chair.
I'm just going to ask you not to go too far out with everybody. If you want to have a conversation, I will get in touch with you. But if you want to have a conversation, a broader conversation, I just ask you to focus on what you're talking about today.
Right. Okay. The issues are that there are respected personnel either have gone through the ranks, have retired, gaining pensions, full pensions, who've engaged in misconduct and been supported and protected, not being allowed as residents and constituents to actually file said complaints. So when we get to the point of reappointments, we've already had that sort of confirmed at some prior judiciary committees where they were hiding it in the Connecticut law journals, not giving the constituents or residents the opportunity to come up and speak to these concerns. That has changed slightly, but the issue is that this has been a 20-year pattern and a practice that the state is continuing to do. Do any of you know if Judge Comerford is still active or retired? Any of you?
I personally don't, and usually this is not a back and forth, so.
I get that, but my point is that
you did
the
answer
doors
my
have-
question. You did answer my question that apparently you're speaking in opposition to Judge Rodriguez. And I just wanted to clarify that. So I appreciate your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I don't have any questions, but I will piggyback off of what Senator Winfield said because that was the reason for raising my hand. If you would please, I'm requesting that you reach out to my office so that you and I can delve deeper into this conversation and the issues that you're referencing.
Absolutely, Representative Porter, without a doubt.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in. You've kind of thrown out some pretty big accusations. The only judge I think that you mentioned that's on the docket today is Judge Rodriguez, and you used the words engaging in Jim Crow. Are you accusing Judge Rodriguez of engaging in Jim Crow? And if so, what do you have to back that up?
Well, it would be on the probably the you could go to the case, sir. I mean, to start off to answer your question, all the representative personnel that I'm speaking about, yes, they would be the allegations and the assertions, and all of these can be confirmed by either the CHRO's adjudication or by adjudications within the Connecticut Judicial's own website. These are all cases that have been addressed on, actually that's part of the problem, openly done in this manner, and were clearly done with racial intentions to oppose somebody in the person who is a person of color. I don't want to get into the particulars. The cases, if you take the time to look into them, what was done by the prosecutors or the judges, it has already been reaffirmed by the CHRO that this state engaged in that. It's actually a precedent case that's used in Westlaw, I've been told by the legal counsel of CHRO. And that was where it involved municipal, prosecutorial, and judicial misconduct, none of which was addressed, and one of which actually Representative Blumenthal's father was involved as the AG when Chris Morano was the senior chief state's attorney. Did the same thing as Mr. Griffin, sending a complaint back to the complaintee. That from having that being done by your chief person, who's the law enforcement officer, those are completely unethical standards. And that's the norm in the state. And that's been the norm in the state for the last 20 years, gentlemen and ladies. Hopefully we'll dig into it so that you can start to address this, because a lot of the judges, and I'm not speaking across the board, but no sector is going to have perfect harmony. There are always going to be bad apples in every sector. But if you actually have people who are actually—
Mr. Young, I'm going to remind you again that the question was about what you have that you could demonstrate. I know that you have a whole thing that you want to tell us, and myself, Representative Porter, and I'm sure
Yes, sir. I would say I'd have to give you the respective dates of those disposition cases. They could be pulled and let the record speak for themselves, what was done and what was said in those particular cases. That's the evidence. That's my point, is that they're actually doing this blatantly out in the open. So I can give those dates to you. You can pull those cases up and look at the judge's concerns, what they did, what they didn't do, whether it's compliant with state statutes and federal or not. And then we can go from there.
Well, I appreciate that. But I would just indicate that you've come out with these kind of overarching accusations against multiple people, most of whom are not before us today. And when I ask you about a specific, you just say, go look at the cases.
I would say
without some type of specifics as to what a specific judge that is before us has done that you object to. I can't really give your testimony much credence.
In Judge Rodriguez's case, it was basically racial discrimination.
Mr. Young.
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
Let Representative Dubisky finish, and then if there's a question to respond to, please respond.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I so you believe that Judge Rodriguez has engaged in racial discrimination?
Yes, and the transcript would support that documentation. The documentation would support that. I don't want to get into the particulars of the case, but yes, it would, and so would the others. That's why I'm saying when I reference already adjudicated, that was giving you a reference as senators that has already been rubber stamped by the state that was okay. That's what I mean.
Okay.
So if you need to reference any concerns of my statement, it's all within the ct.gov website. You should be able to access it all.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Further comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Young. I just, I take racial discrimination very seriously. I don't want to precipitate what we've already been talking about. Can you just give me the case that you claim that Judge Rodriguez committed racial?
It was a housing case out of Bridgeport, Golden Hill. I could not give you the date, but I would say.
So Golden Hill was the landlord.
I believe it was. It was a tenant issue, housing situation, and the opposing party basically who was white, had said, admitted to the guilt, to fault. And said, I can't be held accountable for that because I'm a teacher. And Judge Rodriguez voted in favor of him. I swear to God, that's what basically it came down to. And I was dumbfounded when the opposing said that, and finally, after the judge responded, he sort of went with it.
Okay, so, it's a case involving Golden Hill, a housing case.
Housing issue.
Okay.
I don't know the opposing party's last name, but my last name should be able to bring it up. And if you put the filters of Rodriguez and Young, it should be able to break it down for you.
And then you said something with CHRO. That case got sent to CHRO?
Yes, it was adjudicated at 0720418. It's a precedent national case in Westlaw, where there was judicial misconduct by Judge Comerford, a cover-up by prosecutor David Cohen, in concert with who was the chief state's attorney I mentioned a few moments ago, Chris Morano.
We're talking about Judge Rodriguez, who's on our list today.
So anything else that the CHRO was not, that was with Judge Comerford. And then there was another issue with Judge Markle out of Shelton in the Milford district.
So your claim of racial discrimination is solely based upon this housing case with the party named Golden Hill at the Bridgeport Court.
It was a simple acknowledgement of damage to property, and the person said that they were not able to pay or weren't. It was a very bizarre ending, but basically the person responded saying, "I can't because I'm a teacher, and had already admitted to the guilt, and Judge Rodriguez ruled in their favor after them admitting guilt.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
You go there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative Bisky, your hand's up again. I'm going to take that as a no. Thank you very much for joining us.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't pull it down for some
Okay.
reason. I can't pull it down. Thank you.
It's fine. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Young. Please reach out and we will go through whatever you present to us.
Thank you very much, Senator Winfield.
Have a good afternoon. All right, that is it in terms of the public hearing. We are going to call the public hearing to an end. We are going to, I believe, start the committee meeting, and then we'll be in recess for hopefully a short period of time. So I would like to call the committee meeting to order. Any comments from my co-chair? Ranking members? All right, we are going to stand in recess and we will be back shortly. Thank you all.
Hello, where is everybody?
Hey, John, yeah, you're back.
All right, good.
This is where we want to be. So we're just waiting for them.
I
Thank you.
couldn't see you before. Okay, great.
No problem.
What a handsome guy.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
Oh, I'm used to being a Republican.
All right, Madam Administrator, we'd like to reconvene the Judiciary Committee meeting. We're ready to go. All right, we are going to skip around on our agenda just a bit. What I'd like to do is start with section 4 of our agenda, concepts to raise as bills or resolutions. Before you, you will see a listing of 44 concepts to raise as bills or resolutions. As a reminder for folks, this is a short legislative session, so our committee does not get proposed bills from individual legislators. These are concepts that have come to the committee's attention and that the 4 caucus leaders have discussed and believe warrant public hearings. These are not votes in favor of these concepts. They're not votes in support of any of the ideas. Frankly, at this point, they're just titles, because in this committee, we draft full bills and we do hearings on full bills. And then we'll have plenty of time to debate the merits of those bills once they are drafted. So with that, I will entertain a motion to raise concepts 1 through 44 on section 4 of our agenda. I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Senator Kissel. We can take a voice vote. Let me try your minds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Any objection? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Moving on to section 5 of our agenda. Again, just for the purposes of drafting, we have one proposed bill to draft into a committee bill. It is proposed Senate Bill number 4, an act concerning victims of domestic violence and sexual deviance. I'll entertain a motion to draft as a committee bill.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Again, take a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, ayes have it. Section 6 of our agenda. These are review of wrongful incarceration awards ordered by the Claims Commissioner. By way of background on this, as folks recall, in 2016, we wrote a new statute which gives the Claims Commissioner parameters for awarding financial decision, providing financial compensation to those who were wrongfully incarcerated. Those decisions or awards by the Claims Commissioner are then subject to review beginning by this committee. So again, this is just a vote to take those up. We will have a substantive hearing on those particular awards. So on item 6 on our agenda, numbers 1 through 4, to take those matters up this session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Seeing no discussion, again, voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Any objections? Seeing none, that is unanimous. Section 7 of our bill. These are claims for which review has been requested. Again, by way of background, these are decisions that the Claims Commissioner has made under our delineation of review for potential waiver of sovereign immunity. If folks don't like the decision of the Claims Commissioner, their recourse is to come to us, acting essentially as the appellate court for the Claims Commissioner. So this again is a vote to take these matters up. You will note there are 2 resolutions and then 2 resolutions and then 81 81 dismissals. entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
So motion to raise those by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Senator Winfield. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, let me try your minds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The ayes have it. All right, moving on to section 8 of our agenda. These are claims requesting an extension of time for adjudication pursuant to Congen Stat 4-159A. You will note there are 293 of them, but I'm only going to entertain a motion to entertain items 1 through 34, and then items 36 through 293. So again, that's taking up items 1 through 34 and items 36 through 293. We're holding off on number 35 for the
So
time.
moved.
Second.
Motion to raise these by Senator Kissel, second by Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? If not, then I will. If not, then I'll entertain a voice vote. Try your minds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Returning to section 3 of our agenda, nominations for review. Number 1, I will entertain a motion to approve the governor's nomination of the Honorable Dawn G. Westbrook of Glastonbury to be a judge of the appellate court and a judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Senator Kissel, second by Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we can create a consent calendar and that we move the nomination of the Honorable Dawn G. Westbrook of Glastonbury to said consent calendar. So moved.
Is there objection to place this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable John B. Farley of Bloomfield to be judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Senator Kissel, second by Representative O'Day. Discussion on this nominee? Discussion? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we move the nomination of the Honorable John B. Farley of Bloomfield to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable David P. Gold of Middlefield to be a judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
By Senator Kissel, second by Representative Quinn. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable David P. Gold of Middlefield to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Mark T. Gould of North Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Senator Kissel, second by Representative Fishbein. Discussion on this nomination? Discussion on this nomination? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Mark T. Gould of North Haven to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing the item on consent? Is there objection to placing it? Representative Osborne? You know what? Let me, Representative Fishbein, could you withdraw your motion, please?
So withdrawn.
Okay. So that is withdrawn. On this one, actually, Madam Administrator, if you could please call the roll.
A roll call vote on the Honorable Mark T. Gould, North Haven, to be a judge of the Superior Court. Winfield?
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom?
Yes.
Flexer? Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Blumenthal, Callahan,
Callahan votes yes.
Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Curry,
Curry votes yes.
Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Dillon, Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott,
Elliott, yes.
Gaston, Gilchrist,
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey,
Godfrey votes yes.
Paul,
Paul votes yes.
Harding,
Harding votes yes.
Hayes, Howard, Johnson,
Rep. Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Votes yes.
Miller,
Miller votes yes.
O'Day,
O'Day votes yes.
Osborne,
Ames.
Havelock D'Amato,
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Porter,
Porter votes in the affirmative.
Sampson, Sims,
Sims votes in the affirmative.
Leach,
Leach votes yes.
Walker,
Walker votes yes.
Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Representative Dillon?
Dillon votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Gerald L. Harmon of Southington to be a judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Senator Kissel, second by Representative Quinn. Discussion on this nominee. Discussion. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of the Honorable Gerald L. Harmon of Southington to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. It was kindly brought to my attention that I inadvertently skipped over Judge Frechette, so let's go back. Is there a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Matthew E. Frechette of Brantford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Senator Kissel, second by Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we move the nomination of the Honorable Matthew E. Frechette of Brantford to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing this on consent? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Barbara Bailey Youngblood of Madison to be a judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we move the nomination of the Honorable Barbara Bailey Youngblood of Madison to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing this item on consent? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Robert E. Young of South Glastonbury to be a senior judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Robert E. Young of South Glastonbury to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Let's skip down to, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Magistrate Donald R. Green of Meriden to be a family support magistrate.
Oh, sorry.
Motion from Representative Quinn, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the magistrate Donald R. Green of Meriden to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Madam Administrator, could you call the roll on consent calendar 1?
Roll call vote on consent calendar 1, consisting of Judge Don Westbrook, Judge John Farley, Judge Matthew Frechette, Judge David Gold, Judge Gerald Harmon, Judge Barbara Bailey Youngblood, Judge Robert Young, and Magistrate Donald Green. Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Staffstrom, yes.
Flexer. Quinn.
Quinn votes yes.
Kissel.
Kissel votes yes.
Fishbein.
Fishbein votes yes.
Blumenthal. Callahan.
Callahan, yes.
Conley.
Conley, yes.
Curry.
Curry, yes.
Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dillon.
Dillon, yes.
Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky.
Vitsky, yes.
Elliott.
Elliot, yes.
Gaston. Gilchrist.
Gilchrist, yes.
Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
Paul.
Paul votes yes.
Harding.
Harding votes yes.
Hayes. Howard. Johnson.
Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Labriola.
Labriola votes yes.
Lesser. Marr.
Marr votes yes.
Miller. O'Day.
O'Day votes yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Havelock D'Amato.
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Porter.
The Porter votes in the affirmative.
Sampson. Sims.
Sims votes in the affirmative.
Beach.
Beach votes yes.
Walker.
Walker votes yes.
Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
Madam Administrator, I should have noted, we are, when we conclude our meeting, we'll hold for a brief period of time to allow folks to get their votes and attendance in, but we will not be holding votes open for long at the end of the committee meeting. I know we have to get resolutions upstairs. So, so folks are listening. We're gonna stand at ease right now for about 5 minutes. If you've not voted on the first two, please do, and we'll come back for a couple quick votes.
Walker, I don't know if I voted on the first two. Hello?
Yep, Representative Walker, can you hear me? Okay, so Representative Walker, I have you for Judge Gould, and I have you for the consent.
Oh, so that's all I had to vote for?
Yep, the other ones were voice votes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Miller?
Sorry, I muted myself. Senator Miller. I have you for Judge Gould. I don't have you for the consent calendar. How would you like to vote?
Can you tell me, I left off a Judge Gold for the consent. Who else is on the consent, please?
Westbrook, Farley, Gold, Frechette, Harmon, Youngblood, Young, and the Magistrate Green.
And magistrate. I'm sorry, who was the magistrate?
Magistrate Green.
Green, okay. Yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you. Representative Delaney.
Afternoon, Madam Administrator. It's good to see you.
You too.
I
I have
just
you
wanna
for
make sure-
everything.
All right, I'm not missing anything?
Nope, you're all set.
All right, roger that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Yes for Judge Gold and for the consent?
Yes, please.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Senator Gaston
Senator Gaston votes yes.
for the consent calendar as well as Judge Gold?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
Hi, Kirsten. I'm yes on both.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Sampson?
I'm yes on the consent calendar.
Yep.
I don't know what the other votes were, though.
There's one other vote for Judge Mark Gould of North Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court.
I'm a yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
All right, with that, let's return to our business. I'm on Roman numeral 3, section 4, nominations to be a Superior Court state referee. I will entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Barbara Brazel Massaro of Trumbull to be a Superior Court state referee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I'll take a motion from Senator Kissel and a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none. Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we create consent calendar B and that we place the nomination of the Honorable Barbara Brazel Massaro of Trumbull to said consent calendar.
Objection to placing this item on consent. Objection to placing it on consent. If not, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable William T. Cremens of Middlebury to be a Superior Court state referee.
So moved.
Second.
Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of the Honorable William T. Cremens of Middlebury to this consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing the item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Michael R. Danahy of Manchester to be a Superior Court state referee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Discussion on this nomination. Seeing none. Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Michael R. Danahy of Manchester to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing this on consent. If not, so ordered. Before I turn to the nomination of Judge Dymnarski, Representative Fishbein.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, given the fact that I have at least one case before Judge Dymnarski at this time, I recuse myself from any contemplation of his reappointment.
Record will so reflect that the ranking member has abstained on this. I will entertain a motion to favorably report the nomination of the Honorable Edward S. Dymnarski of Essex to be a Superior Court state referee.
So moved. Oh, second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Senator Kissel. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Judge Edward Dymnarski of Essex to the Superior Court state referee. Winfield?
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Sastrom?
Yes.
Flexer?
Yes.
Quinn?
Quinn votes yes.
Kissel?
Kissel, yes.
Fishbein?
Abstain.
Blumenthal? Callahan?
Callahan, yes.
Conley?
Conley, yes.
Curry? Delaney?
Delaney votes yes.
Dillon?
Dillon, yes.
Doucette?
Doucette votes yes.
Trubisky?
Trubisky's a yes.
Elliott?
Elliott, yes.
Gaston? Gilchrist?
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey?
Godfrey votes yes.
Hall?
Paul votes yes.
Harding. Hayes.
Harding votes yes.
Hayes. Howard. Johnson.
Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Labriola.
Labriola votes yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar votes yes.
Miller. O'Day.
Miller votes yes.
O'Day votes yes.
Osborne.
Osborne votes yes.
Havelock D'Amato.
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Porter.
Votes in the affirmative.
Sampson. Sims.
Sims votes in the affirmative.
Beach.
Beach votes yes.
Walker.
Walker votes yes.
Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
Curry also votes yes.
Thank you.
Turning to the governor's nomination of the Honorable Edward T. Kremish II of Greenwich to be a Superior Court State Referee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on this nomination. Is there discussion on this nomination? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Judge Edward Kremish of Greenwich to be a Superior Court State Referee. Winfield.
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Staffstrom, yes.
Flexer.
Yes.
Quinn. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Kissel.
Kissel, yes.
Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Blumenthal. Callahan.
Kirsten, my Zoom went dead. Who are we on now?
We are on Judge Kremish of Greenwich to be a Superior Court State Referee.
Callahan votes no.
Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Curry.
Curry votes yes.
Delaney.
Delaney votes yes.
Dillon.
Dillon votes yes.
Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Jubitsky. Elliott.
Elliott, yes.
Gaston.
Gaston votes yes.
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
Paul.
Paul votes no.
Harding.
Harding votes no.
Hayes. Howard. Johnson.
Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Labriola.
Labriola votes yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar votes yes.
Miller.
Miller votes yes.
O'Day.
O'Day votes yes.
Osborne.
Osborne votes yes.
Havelock D'Amato.
Havelock D'Amato votes no.
Porter.
Votes in the affirmative.
Sampson. Sims. Beach.
Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Beach.
Rep Beach is a no.
Walker.
Walker votes yes.
Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
And Dubitsky.
Vitsky votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I will next entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Joseph A. Licari Jr. of Branford to be a Superior Court State Referee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on the nomination. Seeing none. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Joseph A. Licari Jr. of Branford to the consent calendar.
So objection, placing this item on consent. Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Joseph H. Pellegrino of East Haven to be a Superior Court State Referee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on the nomination. Seeing none. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Joseph H. Pellegrino of East Haven to the consent calendar.
So discussion on the nomination, discussion on the nomination, seeing none, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion of favorable report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Eddie Rodriguez Jr. of Easton to be a Superior Court state referee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Discussion on the nomination, seeing none. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Eddie Rodriguez Jr. of Easton to the consent calendar.
Thank you. Next, I will entertain a motion of favorable report on the governor's nomination of Christine S. Verdefe of East Haven to be a state referee. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on this nomination. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Christine S. Verdefe of East Haven to the consent calendar.
Just any objection to placing this item on consent? Any objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Madam Administrator, please call consent calendar number 2.
Consent calendar 2 consisting of Judge Barbara Brazel-Massaro, Judge William Clemens, Judge Michael Danahy, Judge Joseph Bakari, Judge Joseph Pellegrino, Judge Eddie Rodriguez, and Judge Christine Verdefe. Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Staffstrom, yes.
Flexer.
Yes.
Quinn.
Quinn votes yes.
Kissel.
Kissel, yes.
Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Blumenthal. Callahan.
Yes.
Conley.
Conley, yes.
Curry.
Curry votes yes.
Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes in the affirmative.
Dillon.
Dillon, yes.
Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky.
Dubitsky, yes.
Elliott.
Elliott, yes.
Gaston.
Yes.
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist, yes.
Godfrey.
Godfrey, yes.
Hall.
Hall, yes.
Harding.
Harding, yes.
Hayes. Howard. Johnson.
Rep Howard votes yes.
Johnson.
Rep Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Labriola.
Labriola, yes.
Lesser.
Lesser, yes.
Marr.
Marr votes yes.
Miller.
Miller votes yes.
O'Day.
O'Day votes yes. Excuse me.
Osborne.
Osborne votes yes.
Pavlik D'Amato.
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Porter.
Votes in the affirmative.
Sampson. Sims.
Sims votes in the affirmative.
Beach.
Beach is a yes.
Walker.
Walker votes yes.
Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
All right, that will conclude our business for today. We will leave the committee meeting open for I think just about 10 minutes or so. So let's say 3:55. We will stand in recess until 3:55 to get votes in. Thank you all for a lengthy first Judiciary Committee meeting on a snow day. And we will get back with folks shortly on our schedule moving forward. See you all tomorrow. Have a good day, everybody.
Representative Howard.
Hi, Kirsten. How many did I miss? Sorry, I was in public safety screening at the same time.
No, don't worry about it. Okay, so I need you for Judge Kremick.
Judge who?
Edward Kremick of Greenwich to be Superior Court state referee.
I think I'm a no. Let me just make sure that I hear the name you're saying.
So under nominations, number 4, under that section.
Nominations, number 4. I had that as Domnarski. Number 5, Crimex,
Sorry,
you said. Right?
yes, section, yeah, it's, yeah.
Yeah, so
it's
yeah,
fine, right.
Judge Crimex, I'm a no.
Come on, number 4, Judge Domnarski.
Domnarski, I'm a yes.
That's for the first consent calendar, and I've got you for Judge Gould. You are all
Yeah.
set.
Yeah, all right, thank you so much. Have a great
You
day.
got it, you too.
Bye.
Representative Delaney?
Hello, Madam Administrator. Just one last time. I want to make sure that I haven't missed any votes.
Absolutely, let me just double check. I've got you here. Got you on meetings. You're all set.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Have a great day.
You too. Senator Lesser? Senator Lesser?
Hello, Madam Administrator.
Sorry, so for Honorable Mark Gould of North Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
For the first consent calendar?
Yes.
For Judge Edward Domnarski of Essex to be a Superior Court state referee?
Yes.
For Judge Crummick of Greenwich to be a Superior Court state referee?
Yes.
And I've got you for the other consent calendar. You're all set.
Okay, great. And did you also have, did I miss the vote on bills, or was that on the first consent calendar?
We did everything by voice.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome. Thank you. Senator Gaston?
Yes, Madam Administrator, I just want to check to make sure I didn't miss any votes.
Got you. I need you for Judge Domnarski of Essex to be a Superior Court state referee.
Yes.
And then let me just double check these. Yeah, I got you for everything else. You're all set.
All right, thank you. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. You too.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Kirsten, I got all mine in, didn't I?
Yes, you're all set.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Senator.
Hello there. Did I make it?
You made it. So for
I'm in
consent
like
calendar,
so many other meetings. You'd think
I
they would
know.
hold the votes for
I
5
know.
minutes for me at least.
I'm not going to keep you. We have until the 59th second. For consent calendar B, how would you like to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, and then for Judge Edward Crumich of Greenwich, how would you like to vote?
I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kirsten, I don't think you voted on Domnarski.
I thought I had him for that. Let me just double check. Oh, is he right there?
I can try to get him back.
Yes, you can get him back. I'm sorry. Hi, Representative Khan, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Wait, can you wait 1 second?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. For Judge Gould of North Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
For consent calendar A,
Can you just read it off for me, please?
it's Westbrook, Farley, Gould, Burchett, Harmon, Youngblood, Young, and Magistrate Green.
Yes, on the consent calendar.
For Judge Domnarski,
Yes.
for Judge Crumich of Greenwich,
Yes.
and for consent calendar B.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Senator Sampson, sorry about that. For Domnarski, Judge Domnarski, how would you like to vote?
I am a yes.
Okay, you're all set, I swear.
Thank you so much. And thanks
Thank
for
you.
counting me as being here because I'm in line.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one.
See you.